2024 to order. If you will join in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If we continue standing, the invitation today will be from Hospital Chaplain Glenn F.
Thank you very much for this honor to be a part of this important meeting. All meetings are very important. This place and the functions that you perform and all of your committee, we do thank you for this. Let us join our hearts together as we open this time. We ask God to bless us with the wisdom to make decisions that benefit our residents, as well as those who choose to make Hilton Head a destination choice. May we welcome them with enthusiasm as they enjoy our amenities, enrich our diversity, and help us enjoy the benefits of our island that affords them and we residents. Father, in this month of honoring Black history that has been such a prevalent part of our heritage, may we appreciate, may we share what our native islanders have brought to us and the efforts that we all are working toward to share the treasures, both with residents and visitors alike. May the members of this council be thoughtful in their deliberations, respectful of all opinions expressed, recognize the opportunities that will be open to us all in the future as well as immediately now, and may we come to fruitful and beneficial conclusions that will benefit all of us. Father, these things we put in your hands. Give us guidance and direction this day. May thy mercy, may the joy and thy blessings be with us. In God's name, thank you. Amen.
Thank you. Mr. Orlando, do we have any changes this afternoon on the agenda?
No, sir.
Do I have a motion to accept the agenda as written?
Mayor, if I may make a motion with regard to one item on the agenda. I would like to make a motion that we table for now the consideration of a resolution authorizing the execution of a memorandum of understanding with the Coastal Community Development Corporation to support workforce housing. The reason being is it has become apparent to everyone that I've spoken to, both here in the council and in the community, that there are significant issues that exist, and I do not believe that it is ready for a vote for consideration.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second? Seeing none, the motion fails.
Well, a second motion, then if I might, is on the same topic to make sure that we are opening up a line of communication to discuss those relevant issues that have been brought to our attention and that we all have identified ourselves in terms of this particular nonprofit and the good work that they're trying to do.
Okay, second? Seeing none, motion fails. So all those in favor of approving the agenda as is, please signify by raising your right hand. All those opposed? It is 5-1. Is Mr. Stanford online?
He's not.
Okay. Called in last minute, said he couldn't make it. Okay, approval of minutes. We have our regular meeting minutes of January 16th, 2024, and the workshop meeting minutes of January 23rd, 2024. Do we have a motion to approve?
To accept as submitted January 16th and January 23rd.
Okay, we got a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 6-0. Presentations and recognitions. Mr. Town Manager, Mr. Orlando.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Council, good afternoon, everybody that's here, the public. I've got a few things today, so apologize for being a little long-winded, but lots to share, some great things. Just a big thank you and an appreciation. On February 14th, our emergency management team and our technology and innovation team conducted our first staff cybersecurity tabletop exercise. So as part of our emergency management preparedness, we have dove into the first time of cybersecurity exercise. So a special thank you to Tom Dunn, our emergency manager, Tom Sunday, our information technology director, and a whole team of individuals on town staff. They simulated a potential cybersecurity breach that focused on ransomware, and then they deliberated the most effective strategies for addressing the various scenarios. So something that is rampant through any organization, and I do appreciate our direct focus on that. I, along with Mayor Perry and Andrew Davis, our Director of Marketing Communications, recorded our first town podcast. It's intended to share important information on community issues and connect with community leaders. So you will see this go on and occur monthly. Stay tuned for the next one later this month. I'm excited about our first guest, and you can find it on our website, on YouTube, and any Apple podcast. Also, the League of American Bicyclists awarded the town a gold level bicycle friendly community award. So how about that? Yet again, I received an email today, you all might have, from Frank Babel as well. So thank you to Frank, thank you to staff, thank you to everybody that put this together. But just a little background on it. The award recognizes Hilton Head Island's commitment to improving conditions for all people who bike, investments in bike education programs, regular bike events that promote and encourage people to choose biking, pro-bike policies, all those things, in addition to our 72 miles bike infrastructure along our public pathways that are being recognized year after year. Awarded communities renew their status every 4 years, so we just completed that, and that's to ensure that they maintain existing efforts, keep up with changing technology, continue to invest and reinvest according to national safety standards and best practices. So we were first awarded this in 2011 and have been renewed consecutively since then. So in 2015, 2019, and again this year. So great job to all, and a big thank you to Bike Walk of Head Island. Town staff also assisted recently with the Gala Cemetery cleanup efforts on February 10th. Thank you to the MLK Committee for Justice, and especially Galen Miller, and our entire team of staff members that participated. So I think that was a special day and a great way to help our community. Town Council Strategic Action Plan Workshop is on March 21st at the Wilton at 9 a.m. It can be viewed in person. It can also be viewed online on our live feed. Staff's also preparing for the budget. I just want to let everybody know our FY25 consolidated budget will soon be proposed. Affiliated agency applications have been introduced to the Finance Administrative Committee for consideration. Department heads have proposed and submitted their requests in our first read public hearing on May 7th, a couple budget workshops on the 14th and 16th of May, and a final reading and public hearing scheduled for June 4th. So we are diving in. We're right in the middle of budget preparation. Last but not least, we want to congratulate some young stars on the island as well. Kim, I think you have some photos. Oh, this is awesome. So the Hilton Head Middle School Stingrays have brought home some hardware. Thanks for that, Andrew. Andrew wrote this. Earlier this month, the Stingray boys basketball team won the Beaufort County Middle School title, and they had an undefeated season. So congrats to them. And then, not to be outdone, the middle school girls basketball team also went undefeated, bringing home a title of their own. It's their 5th county championship. How about that? And then, in addition to all this basketball success, the wrestling team from Hilton Head Middle School also has a brand new trophy. They won the county championship as well this month. So how about that? Congrats to their teams and to the great athletes all across our awesome island. So with that,
Thank you. So blank, basketball, wrestling, that's pretty awesome. Past month, that's great. General reports from council. Does anybody have any general reports? Ms. Price.
Town manager mentioned lots of activities at Scholar Celebration Month going throughout the month. If you missed any of them, there's still time. It's still February. From concerts to food to artwork. And I encourage you to go to gulahcelebration.org, to their website, to find out about the remaining activities in this month. Also this month, Freedom Day at historic Mitchellville Freedom Park on February 3rd. Also got to participate in oyster shell bagging. If you haven't done it before, I urge you to go to Outside Foundation website and learn about it. Using oyster shells that would normally be abandoned and bagging them to create use on our island. So it's a great project. Coming up, Hilton Head International Piano Competition. This year there are going to be concerts. It's classical and jazz. It occurs February 29th through March 4th at 7:30 p.m. Some of the concerts are at St. Luke's Anglican Church and some are at First Presbyterian Church. So check that out as well. Also, the Super Bowl of Caring, great benefit for second helpings, music and great soup, thanks to all the sponsors of that event. And last but not least, our town council went to the legislative meeting of the Municipal Association of South Carolina. And after sitting through several courses, I can proudly say I'm a graduate of the Elected Officials Institute.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, Mr. Stanford. I mean, Mr. Alfred.
Two things. One, I wanted to put an addendum on the town manager's reference to the gold medal award that we received recently. There are 438 or so bicycle-friendly community awards by the American League of Bicyclists. We stand in the top 39 of those, which means we are in the top 8%, which I think is a wonderful accomplishment. Second, I wanted to make reference to Sea Pines Circle. Some of us spend time driving to Coligny Beach or Pope Avenue Merchants or into and out of Sea Pines. It may be quiet in terms of public knowledge of what's going on, but in fact, a great deal of effort has been put in over recent months in this regard. And I wanted to reference in particular a meeting held 2 weeks ago, organized by Senator Tom Davis, that included representatives of the Sea Pines Resort, of CSA Sea Pines, the governing board, and a number of town officials, as well as myself, and representatives of the State Department of Transportation. Their participation is important because Sea Pines Circle and 3 out of the 4 roads going into the circle are state roads, so they have to be involved as well. They heard a presentation of what has been going on so far through the town and through CSA's task force on this similar subjects, including Greenwood and the Gate. The state DOT people were very positive about viewing what activity has already taken place, which is a great deal. They seem to feel that in many respects, the town and CSA, and I have been strongly encouraging CSA over the recent months to work very closely together with the town, which they have, and I'm very pleased about that. So the state has viewed what's going on here locally very positively. And they seemed very willing to cooperate in any way that they could. The state senator was here because, among other things, he may have access to state funds in that regard. So we're moving. Things may well happen with a lot more detail coming in the next couple of months. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question, follow-up on a notice that we received, I believe, in this morning's email regarding a fire that took place over at the transfer station. I don't know if there's any update. I bring it up because I'm concerned. I'm concerned about what may have been in the dumpster that was ablaze and on fire, emitting God knows what. In addition to that, there was I understand, there was a tractor of some sort that was also burnt. And so my current concern is, what do we know about what was in the trash dumpster, and what concerns might we have with regard to what type of fumes were emitted from the fire?
We'll have to get that
You don't
information.
have to know, have
Yep.
the answer now, but I am concerned, and I think our residents in the area should be made aware of that
Absolutely.
situation.
All right, any other comments, more comments? Okay. Mr. Sanford, I just want to make certain that you can hear us. You're still on mute, Mr. Stanford. Glenn, are you there? Okay. Yep. All right. So we'll move on to reports from council. Ms. Becker, Low Country Council of Governments.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I give that report, I sat in for Mr. Stanford, for Councilman Stanford, and attended the Lower Country Area
I was going to
Transportation
come back to that, but okay, go ahead.
study. And I spoke to him this morning, and he asked me to provide the report. There was a meeting that was held at the Technical Law College on February 2nd, I believe it was, and there was a vote on a 2024 to 2033 Transportation Improvement Program. I was informed as a briefing by Councilman Stanford that everything within it that pertained to Hilton Head had been cleared, and so he was fine with that. There was an issue with regard to a peace amendment with regard to Bluffton, and there was a substantial amount of resident turnout to push back on 5B. I did ask for it to be removed from the agenda, given the fact that the area residents hadn't been notified and had opportunity to provide feedback to the committee. We had a discussion, but the motion failed, and we moved on. So that's the report from the LATS, the Low Country Area Transportation Study meeting on
Thank you.
February 2nd. Low Country Council of Governments, I have no report on.
Thank you. Mr. James, Beaufort County Airports Board.
Mayor, no report.
Thank you. Southern Low Country Regional Board, Mr. Stanford's not here, so we'll just try to come back to that. Report of the Island Recreation Association Board, Mr. Brown.
No report, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Becker, report of Community Service and Public Safety Committee.
Yes, sir. The Community Service and Public Safety Committee met on February 12th, at which time we had a discussion with regarding adopting environmentally friendly landscaping and grounds maintenance practices. We did choose to table it for the time being while we gather additional information, and we'll revisit it likely at our next meeting in February. We also heard a presentation about abandoned watercraft around the creeks and waterways of Hilton Head, and we should be discussing that around in the agenda today. We then went into an executive session where we reviewed candidate applications for a variety of positions on committees and commissions, and we'll be moving forward with that over the next coming weeks. I do encourage anyone who's listening or here today, if you have an interest in serving on a committee or a commission, for the town, please send in your applications. We are always accepting them and reviewing them and interviewing and hopefully putting on civic-minded individuals who'd like to participate in our town government.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stanford, can you hear us? Shake your head yes up and down if you can hear us. Is our mic on to him? All right, Mr. Stanford, can you hear me now? Your mic is off.
I hear you.
Great, great. Patience always is a virtue. If you could give us a quick update on Soloco.
Yes, glad to. Two things. One, our own mayor has been elected the vice chairman of Soloco. Congratulations, Alan.
Thank you.
Secondly, we had a detailed report at the last meeting on the proposed sales tax referendum from Beaufort County. That would be 1% over 15 years, projected to generate $1.65 billion with a B dollars. $650 million of that would go to what's referred to as the triangle, which is the area bracketed by 278, 170, and Argent Boulevard, where there's enormous construction proposed. 975 million smaller projects, including repaving and repairs, $60 million for Hilton Head Island projects. Also $60 million for Bluffton projects. It's passed on the first reading. I think it was 10-1. The result of this would be that we would continue the sales tax that we have now, because it is projected that the green space 1% sales tax will be paid off by the time this takes effect if the voters approve it. So that's just a report out about what's going on with the proposed sales tax referendum. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll also add, at our next meeting, we will be talking about green tax and what properties are being considered for that. So it'll be a very interesting meeting as well. Mr. Ames, Public Planning Committee.
Yes, at its meeting on February 8th, 2024, the Public Planning Committee voted to act on the following items that will be forwarded to the Town Council for its consideration. Consideration of an ordinance to amend the Town of Hilton Head Island Comprehensive Plan to incorporate a housing impact analysis. The committee considered an ordinance that, if adopted, would amend the comprehensive plan to include a housing impact analysis. This was a requirement of South Carolina Act 57 to enable use of accommodation tax funding. With this understanding, the committee voted 3-1 to recommend approval of the draft ordinance to Town Council. That is my report.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, Finance Administrative Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. FMA Committee met on February 13th. There was no action taken. However, we were introduced by staff to the new applications of affiliated agencies. We will be taking that matter up at our next meeting on March 12th. I just asked that the entire council, those that are not sitting on that committee, just offer up their thoughts, concerns, and questions so that we can act appropriately at that next meeting to keep in line with our budget schedule, because that item will be part of our budget deliberation.
All right, thank you. Next, appearance by citizens. So we've got people that have signed up to speak on some agenda items. If you will hold that until that time, that would be very helpful. If you've signed up, I think there's about 5 people who have signed up for general comments that are not related to the agenda items. You'll have a time to speak now. So I'd like to remind our citizens that section 2-5-70 of the town's code limits each person to 3 minutes when addressing town council. At the end of the 3 minutes, you're asked to conclude your comments. Please maintain a decorum suitable for the meeting and refrain from using any profane, abusive, or obscene language. If you have any materials you'd like to give to town council, please give them to the town clerk after you're finished speaking. Kimberly, do we have anybody signed up today?
Yes, Bobby Tillison.
Do not see him.
Adam Lipson.
President accounted for. Thank you. My name is Adam Lipson. I'm a full-time resident and a board member of the Berks Beach Homeowners Association. I speak today representing the 50-plus owners on Berks Beach. We are aware that there is some concern among some town council members about the recent construction of large homes that do not conform to the character of civic communities. Similarly, we are aware that there's been ongoing discussion around imposing a single island-wide FAR that would significantly limit the size of homes. The Berks Beach residents, most of whom I've personally spoken to, unanimously believe that this proposed legislation, while well-intentioned, is dangerous and ill-conceived. We have been in communication with other HOAs as well as the Hilton Head Area Association of Realtors, and they have expressed similar concerns. Historically, the size of homes have been managed successfully by the enforcement of zoning rules, code enforcement around setbacks and height. In addition to the regulatory controls that the town exerts, HOAs, both inside and outside of the gates, have successfully enforced another layer of control to ensure that new homes conform to the character of existing homes within their specific neighborhoods. It'd be fair to say that inside the gates and within the HOA communities, there's been remarkable success in defining the character of the neighborhood by HOA approval about what can and cannot be built. Simply said, HOA self-governance works. If you don't believe so, come take a walk through Berks Beach or Singleton Beach. Some of the likely impacts of an island-wide FAR would be the development in many cases of new homes that do not conform to the character of the neighborhoods. By way of example, Berks Beach average lot is 7,500 square feet. If we had a 0.45 FAR, you could build a home about 1,683 feet heated. That would be about 1/3 of the average size of a home in Berks Beach. Does anyone believe that the new homes would conform to the character of the neighborhood if they were 1/3 the size? There are several undeveloped lots in Berks Beach. Ask yourself, would we want those homes to be consistent with existing structures or conform to the character of the neighborhood? The second and larger unintended consequence of an island-wide FAR would be the diminished property values. It is an irrefutable fact that limited use of property reduces property value. If you don't believe me, ask your liaison from the Hilton Head Area Association of Realtors, ask the good folks at Charter One and RE/MAX. I asked them, and they agree with me. The people who purchased these lots had the reasonable expectation at the time of purchase they would have the right to build a house similar to the size of the neighbors' homes, and that their property value wouldn't be reduced, not by market conditions, but by government regulation. Would this be fair to those individuals? Does the island benefit from reducing the value of properties? Does the island benefit from houses being built that are out of character with their neighborhoods? Representing the Berks Beach area, we are proud that our standards and enforcement have created a model community that advances the beauty of our island. As such, we see little benefit and strongly oppose a FAR of any size within the HOA or government communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bobby Tillison.
Yes.
Just wanted to stop by on my way to my next tennis game, David, and thank all of y'all for putting the 2 volleyball nets up on the beach. They're very well used by locals and tourists alike, and it adds a whole lot to the cleaning area. Thanks so much. And all else I can think of to tell you is I may be back in April and ask for one more, depending on when tourist season starts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry Landry. Not today. June Wilkins.
Hello, I'm the pastor of Christ Lutheran Church. On August 12th, 2022, Hilton Head had a crisis. The residents of the 52 units of Chimney Cove were given notices to vacate their homes. Most residents were given just 30 days to leave. With no other affordable housing on the island, these families were effectively evicted from Hilton Head. This is our workforce. People who live at Chimney Cove work at restaurants, at grocery stores and hospitals, in landscaping, plumbing, cleaning houses, construction, and other things that many citizens of this island rely on every day. 300 people, including more than 75 children, were being asked to leave their homes at the same time. Because of the outcry from Hilton Head, that crisis was averted and the people still remain at Chimney Cove. But in the 18 months since that crisis, nothing has effectively changed. The residents still have 30-day leases. Their rents are being raised hundreds of dollars at a time. The people there live with constant uncertainty about their housing. And once the economic situation presents itself, the same crisis will happen again in much the same way. In November, our congregation talked to the families at Chimney Cove, and we asked them if they had any prayer requests. Many people told us their prayer was, please don't let them sell this place. Don't let them kick us out of our homes. This ticking time bomb could go off any day, and we will have the same exact crisis on our hands that we had before, except this time, we let it happen. I'm here to remind you that Chimney Cove is still a crisis. Let's not allow it to happen again.
Thank you. Next, Kimberly.
Peter Christian.
Mayor, Town Manager, member of the council. Peter Christian, 23 Jarvis Creek Court, and Tamara Becker is my representative. A couple of things for you. First of all, I want a big thank you for Main Street. They finally, after I don't know how many decades, paved it. I don't think the process is done. I know that you have long, better plans for that road, but at least it's drivable in a respectable state at this point in time. And it was a long time coming, and thank you for your persistence. I know it was not an easy job getting all of that information, all of the easements together and all the legal work done, but you did it. And it's much appreciated by everyone and all the residents in Hilton Head Plantation and who used that road to go to school and shop and so on. So well done. Second thing, you have a new environmental officer, JT Jett, and we met with him. And the county has moved to another provider for recycling. And he's stationed in Bluffton, and he is going to be collecting all the recycling from the entire county and then directly shipping that off to a vendor who's going to use the product. It's a town representative, it's I2 Recycle, I believe, who has that contract. And Mike Bennett is the proprietor of I2 Recycle. And I believe he's still your representative up in Beaufort. But that's going to be a slow process, but it's a step in the right direction. We have a long way to go. Last but not least, 278 and the Bridge Project. David Johnson and Tom Barnwell put together a meeting a while back in January. I believe Patsy Bryson was there. Among others. Senator Davis was there. And the gist of this was that Senator Davis said the commitment of funds from the infrastructure bank, he could only guarantee through March 31st of this year. He didn't say that it couldn't be extended, but he said that's the only commitment they would give him. The second takeaway was, and hopefully you're doing this already, no one is taking a leadership position to contact the residents along that corridor where the improvements will take place and give them information and give them a comfort level. We have 3 political jurisdictions involved. You have the state, you have the county, and the town. We are the closest to those people. It's about time we took a leadership position, contacted them, and let them know what the heck is going on, what the expectations are, and what the plans are. Not knowing is a big, big problem for them. And we owe it to them to do a better job with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bud Grendel.
Afternoon. I have 3 quick topics today. The materials the Design Review Board uses could use some modification. When I looked at the DRB paperwork on the newly approved brewery down the street on Dunnigan's Alley, I didn't see any questions about noise. I called the nice lady in the office and asked her if the new brewery planned to have live music in the beer garden. Her answer was, I quote, "They did not mention anything about music," end quote. That to me is unacceptable, that we're going to build a beer garden next to a residential neighborhood. And we didn't even ask how noisy it's going to be. I mean, this is the car wash all over again. The DRB needs to factor noise and noise mitigation into the approval process. The island is getting noisier and noisier. Number two, I called a complaint to the stormwater staff on January 16th. I told them there was a dam in the drainage swale on Sipsid's property that the town is responsible for. In fact, there is silt over 6 inches deep along with sticks, leaves, and everything else that's now making that swale higher than our property in the motor coach resort. So now we have standing water in the motor coach resort again. We really need this fixed. Stormwater has got to get on it. So I'm asking you to help us with that, to push them along. The town fixed this once before, and it helped a lot, but the mosquitoes are starting to warm up and the pond is gonna turn into a hatchery pretty quick. Finally, we're seeing movement by the car wash to reduce their sound to at least town noise ordinance limits. We thank Bob Bromage and Bill Krates for their efforts. We can't wait to hear the final results. We saw the materials over there at the car wash. We're just waiting to see what they build because we actually don't know and hope it'll be effective. That's it.
Thank you. Kimberly?
Mayor Deckard,
Good evening, Council and Mark. You may recall that I came here last year around this time, it's coming up on business license time, to bring up an issue, and Council has not yet done anything about it, but I am an eternal optimist, so I'll be bringing it up to you right now again. I noticed in the newspaper last week that a local company that does beach chairs and lifeguards and such was under some scrutiny, and I hadn't heard anything about this company before, and I'm not here to talk about them. But I noticed in the paper that one of your employees, Josh Gruber, was quoted as saying that to ensure Shore Beach Service is reporting the correct amount of money to the town requests copies of its tax filings and compares the amount it has reported to the government to the amount reported to the town, according to Gruber. If they're lying on their tax returns about the amount of gross revenue that they've received, the state has a much bigger team than the town has to respond to that, he said. And I thought, wow, that's a pretty hard stand the town has taken to a local company about reporting money. But still, the town has not addressed the issue of these nonprofits that are making gross business income and don't have a business license. So I've said repeatedly, how can you have nonprofits that are reporting hundreds of thousands of dollars of unrelated gross business income? In the case of the chamber, for example, this past year they reported $636,743 in unrelated gross business income, which brings their income for the last 13 years to about $7 million. The only way they can avoid getting a business license is if all of that money goes to their nonprofit side, 100% of it. And I just find it hard to believe that $7 million in unlicensed business income is being used 100% by the nonprofit side and not used to offset salaries and perks and things like that. It's just not believable. And then you have other nonprofits who are not making as much, but they're making enough to draw your scrutiny. So my point is that why is it that everybody in this room, including all of you, have to foot the bill every time these nonprofits who don't have licenses for their unrelated income, every time they ride on these roads or call the police or call the fire department, why do you all have to pay for that? Why aren't they paying for that? Because they're the ones that are making for-profit income that the town is not getting the proper licensure for. So doesn't everybody have to pay the same? Shouldn't everybody be treated the same equally? That's all I have to say tonight, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Skip Hoagland,
Skip Hoagland, Windmill Harbor. It's becoming not only an outrage for this council to keep allowing the DMO chamber funding, but an embarrassment. It's illegal for this council to even fund the nonprofit chamber under IRS 501-C6 nonprofit tax codes. It's worse to allow this chamber to use over $1 million of our tax funds to develop a DMO website in Canada, not local. HiltonHeadIsland.org. The chamber claims it owns, not the town taxpayers. And then the chamber sells advertising, takes the profit that is commingled and laundered by Bill Miles to profit and pay his $500,000 pay package, his $2 million house in Indigo Run, and lavish chamber spending. It's worse, the town lawyers drafting a fraudulent DMO chamber contract that has no audit or accounting provisions to identify all this illegal use. Again, Mayor Perry, you lied and said you saw chamber accounting with your friend Bill Miles. You are also a chamber member with this entire council. And worse, you all used illegal tax money to join this chamber versus your own money. This is illegal use of tax funds, and it's called a quid pro quo. We have two lawyers on this council, Patty Bryson and Glenn Stanford, who both should know better and stop this illegal funding. Plus, this entire council, again, are chamber members and use tax funds to become a chamber member. That is completely illegal. I don't understand why all of you keep allowing this illegal funding to the chamber and keep violating your campaign promises and your fiduciary responsibilities to all of us in this room. Also, we're going to hear today the other illegal use and proposals that I'm sure a lot of these people came here for today. Does anybody deny my facts? Now, I want you all to hear something that's very interesting. I'm going to play a recording of the FBI lying to me on Hilton Head. A complete outrage. The FBI lied. I got them, I got the evidence, and they know it. Does anybody in this room agree with me that we need to
Mr.
have...
Hoagland, you will address
proper use of our-
council.
I'm sorry.
You will address council.
I've still got 8 seconds.
You will address council.
No, I'm sorry. Does anybody disagree with what I'm saying?
Mr. Hoagland, address council.
Thank you. When you start abiding by the law and stop violating your campaign promise, I will show you respect.
That's enough.
Thank you.
Lynn Greeley. Lynn Greeley.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Really asked me to speak for her today with POA.
No, sir, as we have stated before, we do not accept the POA for you to speak, to give yourself extra time. But you can speak once and once only, and that can include Mrs. Greeley's comments as well, but you only have 3 minutes.
Okay, so you can go ahead and give me a citation. I welcome that. Ms. Greeley, unfortunately, we need to get this message out. She wanted me to read it.
Are you going to try to do this again today?
Well, if you remember, Mr. Perry, the judge approved the POA. That was a ruling in my favor that anybody in here could use a POA.
Mr. Hoagland, it was not, and we are not going to allow you.
Just go ahead and give me a citation.
We will take a 5-minute recess.
Okay, that you do that. You're showing disrespect to everybody in here once they came here.
I'd like to bring us back into session. And I would like to apologize to all of you that are out there in the audience today. We consistently get barraged with somebody that tries to take over our meetings. And it's unfair to you, the community that's here, and unfair to us who are trying to conduct the town's business in a decorum that is suitable for this room. With that being said, I'm canceling public comment.
Canceling public comment?
Yes, except.
So you called me last, you got everybody else through.
Except for after agenda items.
You know, Mr. Perry, you're making this
Mr.
statement to
Hoagland?
the people in this room.
Mr.
What you
Hoagland?
ought to be telling them is that you're sorry you broke the law. and
Mr.
that-
Hoagland, you need to sit down and stop.
Okay, we'll wait for the other comments, but when you
Please.
sign up, you should go in the order which
Mr.
you signed
Hoagland,
up.
please sit down.
Out of respect for everybody in here.
Next, we have unfinished business. Up on the agenda next, we have the second and final reading of the consideration of an ordinance for the town of Hilton Head Island authorizing the execution and delivery of a termination of a drainage easement owned by the town of Hilton Head Island encumbering property located at 316 Squire Pope Road. Mr. Gruber.
Mayor, members of council, Town Manager Orlando, good afternoon. Good to see everybody. This was an item that came before you at your last meeting. If you'll recall, the town had acquired a drainage easement across a piece of property at 316 Squire Pope Road a number of years ago. Recently, in working with the South Carolina Department of Transportation, improvements to the drainage of this area were identified, were ultimately put in place, and thus negated the need to have this drainage easement. So it's something that we possess, but we no longer need as part of our network. The landowners asked if we'd be willing to terminate it. That has come through to you. It was given approval on first reading, and so this would be second and final reading of the ordinance authorizing the mayor and town manager to take steps to terminate the drainage easement located on this property.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this? Seeing none, bring it back to council.
I'd make a motion to approve the ordinance of the town of Hilton Head Island authorizing the execution and delivery of the termination of a drainage by the town of Hilton Head Island encumbering property located at 316 Square Pope Road. Second reading.
Second.
We have a first and second by Mr. Ames and Mrs. Bryson. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 7-0. Sorry about that, Glenn. I forgot about you there.
No problem.
New business. Upon the next agenda, we have a consideration of approval of a sponsorship agreement with the Heritage Classic Foundation to support the 2024 RBC Heritage Golf Tournament. The town's Finance and Administrative Committee met to discuss this sponsorship agreement on October 17th and November 14th, 2023, and on January 11th of 2024. Following this last meeting in January, the committee unanimously voted to amend the draft amendment agreement by setting forth the town's financial participation at $400,000 for the 2024 tournament and recommending this revised sponsorship agreement be approved by town council. Mr. Brewer.
The town has historically been a financial sponsor of the RBC Heritage Tournament, and in the materials that were included in your backup information is some history of that partnership along with some data regarding the return on investment. There was an economic study that was done to kind of quantify what value the tournament brings to this community, and that's certainly a fairly sizable figure. We received a request for an increase in our sponsorship contribution for this year due to the tournament being designated as a signature event. Apologize for that, and I know Steve's here, so I keep making sure I use the right verbiage. But as a sponsorship event, that means everything needs to be elevated, the grounds, the event, the experience, everything. And so with that, they've requested additional financial contributions from the town. The Finance and Administrative Committee met, considered those recommendations, and ultimately recommended to town council a funding amount of $400,000 for this year's tournament. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding that.
Okay, we'll go to public comment first. Any public comment? Mr. Hoagland.
First of all, this is an illegal use of tax funds under South Carolina constitutional law for private purposes. You can't do it. And we're going to hear a lot of this today as we continue on with Gruber and others. You also have been sued. You were sued for the issue of $600,000 to the private gated community of Sea Pines to dredge Harbortown Yacht Basin that was also illegal use of public monies for private purposes. We don't have access to sea ponds. That's a homeowners association. The POA should pay for that. I want that $600,000 returned to everybody in this room. So that's the other thing. We're going to hear more of your attempt today with Josh Gruber and these crooked lawyers trying to figure out ways to make it sound like how we're going to use their tax. They're going to use our tax money. And also, it's also illegal to fund a lot of nonprofits, including the chamber, to use our tax money for private purposes, and worse, to use it for profit. You can't use our money like that. You folks have got to come back to reality, and you've got to stop robbing taxpayers. We're fed up.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Public comment or comment from council.
Move to approve the sponsorship agreement.
I have a comment, question.
Well, a motion first and then discussion.
Oh, I thought we did them. Okay, go ahead, go for it. Sorry.
Move to approve the sponsorship agreement with Heritage Classic Foundation to support the 2024 RBC Heritage Goal.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion.
Okay. Just wanted to highlight something that Mr. Gruber mentioned, but so that everyone is aware of that economic impact of this tournament that happens every year, the Heritage Classic Foundation. It has been estimated that the RBC golf tournament presented by Boeing generates $102 million in economic impact each year. The 2023 tournament has also brought in more than 101,000 event attendees to Hilton Head Island over the course of the week. In my opinion, that's a pretty good investment. One of the questions that I have, because it came up in the Finance Committee a couple of times, it has to do with the privileges that we get for our $400,000. And there's a number of them that are listed here. Two questions. I know that in each of the answers that was provided from prior to this change in funding to now, that there's overall enhancements to each of the categories. But one of them is certainly because of the spectator viewership that happens across the country and possibly the world, right? And that in and of itself is part of the justification that I have with regard to approving this moving forward. I do have a question on number G. Town will provide the official welcome message on the bus DVDs and placement of 1 30-second commercial. Who produces that?
Typically, those have been produced in-house, but certainly we can work in coordination with the tournament on preparing that. But I think typically that's something that whatever entity is displaying the message has prepared the content.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
Okay, any other discussion?
Just to say, it's a wonderful honor to be a signature event, and congratulations to the tournament folks who put this together. I do plead guilty to having been a marshal for about 6 years at the tournament, so I guess I'm slightly prejudiced, but it's incredible exposure for our community, and the community comes together to tie this together. So thanks to the tournament folks for their work at making this a signature event. And I support this.
Any other last comments? All right, seeing none, those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved 7-0. Next, we have the consideration of a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding with USCB, University of South Carolina, Beaufort, inclusive of the Island Ambassador Program. The Finance and Administrative Committee met on November 14th and December 19th of 2023 to review this matter. During these meetings, the committee members reinforced the need to obtain relevant metrics, demographic information, and other similar data demonstrating the effectiveness of the Island Ambassador Program. Josh.
As indicated in the materials, the town has had a long-standing partnership with the Island Recreation Association. In fact, I can tell you that in the profession, it's one of those public-private partnerships that we point to. Oh, I'm sorry, with USCB, I went on to the wrong item. All right, you know what? So much of that still applies, though, because we have a long-standing partnership with USCB. And we do point to that as a great public-private partnership. All right. So to start over with regards to the university. So we've had a long-standing relationship with them. However, previously that relationship was defined by provisions within the town code that talked about the program that would be provided and the funding that would go along with that. Town council asked staff to look at making changes to that funding structure, primarily to respond to ever-increasing collections within both state and local accommodations taxes. And so as a result of that, we went through the process of amending the town code to take out what was previously a straight funding formula as a percentage of collections to now have a relationship which is going to be based upon a submitted budget and an annual plan and authorization by this body for those funding requests. It won't be automatic just based upon mathematical calculations. And so going through the committee, there was a number of changes that were requested as part of the programming, specifically with regards to reporting and metric information that will allow us to continue to evaluate the effectiveness of the program going forward. The committee also recommended a 2-year term with a funding level to be provided at $235,000 for the first year and a 3% cost of living adjustment for future agreements. But again, a 2-year term is coming out of committee and before you this evening. So the materials outline kind of the roles and responsibilities of both the university and the town, and be happy to answer any questions that you may have about this draft agreement.
Okay, first we'll go to public comment. Any public comment? Yes, Mr. Hoagland.
Again, this is not the purpose of public tax monies for private use. There's a lot of things that are heartfelt and worthy, but at some point you've got to come to reality and understand what the constitutional use and the reason tax funds are used and how they should be used. So this is another one that you have to look at, and there's a couple more coming that I'm going to comment on, but this is not the use of public tax monies.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais.
I move to adopt the resolution approving a memorandum of understanding with the university.
We have a second.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Do we have any discussion?
Just briefly, I was remiss in not thanking members of the town council or on the finance and administrative committee for their thorough review of all of these proposals before us today. So I wanted to go on record as thanking the other members of council who serve on that committee for their, sometimes there are 2 or 3 meetings where they hash these things out. So I do appreciate that.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Becker.
Well, similarly, I think that there were a number of meetings where a number of questions were brought up, good answers were provided. I thought that USCB was very forthcoming and eager to continue to participate with the town in providing services here. I do just have one question with regard to the programming, some of the aspects of the programming. I want to make sure that I understand it correctly, that that programming will take place at the campus here on Hilton Head, and that's a statement.
Yep.
Yep.
So the Island Ambassador programming will take place here on Hilton Head Island at the university's campus on the south end. However, they also do what I would maybe characterize as a road show, that if they get invited by a particular business to come and provide that information, they will go on site to that business and offer that training there at their location as well.
Here on Hilton Head Island.
Correct.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, we've got a motion by Mr. Ames and a second by Ms. Becker. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. And I don't see Mr. Stanford, so that would be a 6 to an absentee. All right. Next, Island Recreation Association MOU.
So that's it. We have a long-standing relationship and a great public-private partnership. But truly, I think it's hard to underestimate the benefit that this relationship has provided to our community, and so I certainly don't want to make light of it. But we have utilized our relationship with the Island Recreation Association to provide public recreational programming and manage of our town-owned properties, and so it's a contract that is inclusive of those different elements. One of the things that we wanted to do when starting on this process was we wanted to take the existing contractual agreement, which was very substantial with lots of attachments, and really try to boil that down to just the critical information. So we've simplified the agreement, we've streamlined it, we've still covered all of the high-level bases. I think we've covered appointments to the different boards and who's going to serve where and provide that communication effectively back and forth. But otherwise, this will allow us to put a new agreement in place. We're currently operating on a month-to-month extension that was approved by Town Council of the previously existing agreement. And so if this body is supportive of what's before you tonight, it would replace the existing agreement.
And again, we'll go to public comment. Mr. Hoagland.
I think it's important for everybody in this room to understand that there's different types of tax funding. You have general tax funds, and then you have hospitality funds, and you have accommodation tax funds. And of any of these things, and some of them are using the accommodation tax funds, the laws are very specific on that accommodation tax funds have to be used for a certain reason, which is for the promotion and marketing of tourism. So if they use our aid tax funds and they deplete those funds for illegal use, they're depleting those funds away from the nonprofits that are actually operating legally and worthy of receiving those funds. And so we all need to understand this. We sit here because it's overwhelming. If I didn't study this daily, I wouldn't have a clue about any of this. I'd be like you in the audience, like, oh my God, what's going on? But you need to look at this and what they're doing. Sometimes they get it right, but most of the time they get it wrong. And it's our money. We need to make sure they understand this is our money. We want our money to be used legally and properly. That's all I think all of us ask. Just do it right. Follow the law. That's all we care about.
Thank you. Any other public comment regarding this MOU? Seeing none, we'll bring it to the dais.
I'll make a motion that council adopts the resolution approving a memorandum of understanding with the Island Recreation Association.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? So Mr. Ames made the first, Mr. Alford made the second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. And this time it is 7-0. Next, we have a consideration of a resolution authorizing the execution of a memorandum of understanding with the Hilton Head Regional Habitat for Humanity to support workforce housing. At its December 19, 2023 meeting, the Finance Administrative Committee reviewed the terms of the draft memorandum and requested several revisions. At its meeting on January 11th, the Finance Administrative Committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of the memorandum of understanding to the Town Council. Mr. Gruber.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to provide a little bit more background on this particular request, as part of last year's affiliated agency budgeting process, the Hilton Head Regional Habitat for Humanity submitted a request for funding for consideration as part of last year's budget cycle. Council declined to provide any funding at that point in time, indicating that they were waiting upon the passage of Act 57 of 2023, which did in fact pass late in the legislative cycle, right as we were adopting our budget last year. And so following that, staff was tasked with drafting a memorandum of understanding that could be brought forward for committee and council's consideration that would outline how funding would be used, assuming that funding is authorized by this body, to support workforce housing. And so we've had several meetings where we've discussed the terms of these agreements. We've also then had several revisions. So the latest document that you have in your materials is the document coming out of committee that's reflective of all changes to date. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have about the contents of that agreement.
Okay, so we will go to public comment regarding Habitat for Humanity. Mr. Hoagland.
This is complete insanity. $500,000 of our money to be used for this. This is for the free market, private enterprise, developers, builders. This is not what you use tax money for. This is crazy stuff that y'all keep approving all this. You must not understand the laws or something. Something is wrong. Either you're just clueless or you're corrupt. There can only be two ways.
Any other public comments? Yes, ma'am.
I'm Renee Roth, 31 Ensis Road, and this is actually directed to D and E. I'm speaking today as a member of Low Country Community Partners, a diverse group of workforce housing advocates. Lowcountry Community Partners supports all types of workforce housing, but I come today to say we are in full support of the town funding both CCDC and Habitat. The CCDC plan is the only proposal that doesn't add any built space to the island, not one more square foot under the roof, while immediately providing spaces for those residents facing loss of their housing due to raising rents. Habitat is the proven model for home ownership and long-term residential security. While no project alone can be expected to fully solve our workforce housing needs, these two partnership proposals, in conjunction with longer-term partnerships like North Point and private developer initiatives, like those from Sea Pines and the Richardson Group, are all needed to make a meaningful impact to our workforce housing problem. We need firefighters, teachers, police, nurses, aides, hotel and restaurant workers here on Hilton Head, and we need places for them to live affordably. People want to live where they work, and we need them to work here. This funding comes from our visitors through their taxes. I urge you to vote in favor of both proposals today. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comments? Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, Mr. Orlando, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jack Alderman, and I live in Hilton Head Plantation, and I'm serving as chair of the town's Housing Action Committee. Our first quarterly update report will now be at the March 19th Town Council meeting, but I'm here today to briefly talk about the proposed memoranda of understanding and funding for Habitat for Humanity and also for the Coastal Community Development Corporation. The Housing Action Committee has unanimously passed a resolution to recommend to Town Council that the town pursue the memoranda of understanding for Habitat and CCDC as part of the town's efforts to support workforce housing. Both those organizations possess the expertise and desire to help with providing good housing for employees and their families. There are three really important advantages that CCDC and Habitat have in this critically important endeavor. First, both are well-managed nonprofit organizations whose missions fit perfectly with Hilton Head's urgent need to attract and retain great employees. This is truly a quality of life issue for all of our residents. Second, both organizations are poised to have an immediate near-term impact on our critical workforce needs. And third, the town can provide vitally important financial assistance to Habitat and CCDC without being in the development business or the landlord business. It's the recommendation of the Housing Action Committee that the town move ahead with the necessary memoranda of understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Good evening. Lynn Pico Bullard, and I happen to live in the burglary area, home invasion of Hilton Head Plantation. Hilton Head Workforce Housing Experiment, because I do think it's an experiment. It's hard to believe that Hilton Head Island officials would consider invading affordable home ownership condo communities on our island and turning them into revolving door rental districts subsided with town funds. It begs the question, what is important here? Affordable home ownership for workers and others, or subsidized rentals? I consider this idea a detrimental experiment that will negatively impact these small condo communities. We already have rental apartments to be constructed for workforce housing accommodations. The CCDC rental revolving door has already started to rotate, with a paralegal leaving after a short occupancy. Yet, This slick marketing presentation uses an enticing altruistic description for donations, a 3% payback for business donations, coupled with a jump to the head of the line as an occupancy incentive for our commuter islands' slim, affordable housing condos availability. Questionable ethics? I guess that's in the eye of the beholder. Is this experiment well-meaning or demeaning? It sends a message you can work and live on this island as long as you are content to rent. It's all about the numbers. In the meantime, the 15,000 commuters coming onto the island to work will continue. And we already have been told we have a dilemma with the Chimney Cove people who work on the island. So who's more important, recruiting someone from Bluffton or taking care of those who are already living on the island? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's not do that. We'll be here all day.
Afternoon. My name is Tom Hens, representing Hilton Head Island, Bluffton Chamber of Commerce. We are encouraged by the energy and enthusiasm throughout the community surrounding the vital issue of workforce housing. Examples include the town's proactive development of the workforce housing framework, coupled with the establishment of the Housing Action Committee, signaling a dedicated effort towards addressing our housing needs. The pending North Point development by One Street Residential that will showcase the possibilities of public-private partnerships. The commendable initiatives by the Richardson Group, transforming underutilized commercial space into essential workforce housing. Sea Pines Resort's success in providing a beautiful new residential facility for their employees. The promising proposal for a new workforce and student housing development across from USCB, highlighting a commitment to accommodating diverse housing needs. The innovative approach by the Coastal Community Development Corporation of converting existing residential units to permanent workforce housing. The leadership of the Community Foundation of the Lowcountry, fostering collaboration among individuals and organizations to tackle the workforce housing challenge collectively. The establishment of the Buford Jasper Housing Trust, signaling a significant step towards sustainable solutions for the future, and countless other initiatives contributing to the advancement of workforce housing in our community. Amidst these notable efforts, Hilton Head Regional Habitat for Humanity stands out as a beacon of excellence and longevity in workforce housing. They have been building quality homes for working families in our region since 1990, demonstrating a proven track record of effectiveness. The Glen community here on Hilton Head Island is a testament to the Habitat's impact, providing homes to over 30 families who contribute to and thrive within our community. Habitat's collaborative approach, engaging local individuals and organizations, ensures homes are built at significantly lower cost than average, thanks to the valuable contribution of volunteers as well as active participation from the homeowners. Habitat for Humanity serves as a shining example of what a community can accomplish when united by a common cause. The Hilton Head Island Bluffton Chamber of Commerce proudly supports the town's MOU with Hilton Head Regional Habitat for Humanity, recognizing their invaluable contribution to the advancement of workforce housing in our region.
Thank you. Other comments? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Angie Hutchins, Shipyard. I procedurally have a big question that Habitat, which I can wholeheartedly support, is they have like a 74-year history, and as the last speaker stated, well, about a 30-year history on the island. That is being thrown together with the CCD option, and I think that's a dangerous step. These should each be evaluated on their own merits and critiques, of which there are many of some of the other ones, and I would look forward to hearing more about Habitat or having a vote. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
everyone. My name is Alex Castellanos, and I'm a resident of the community that Habitat built here on Hilton Head. And I just wanted to come and urge Town Council today to pass this MOU with Habitat. I'm a perfect result of what Habitat has done in our community. And I know you guys, a lot of you guys have seen me, and you guys keep wondering probably why I keep coming back. But it's, we have given so much that I feel that I just got to step out here and come out. A lot of my neighbors are working, but I had the opportunity to be here today, so I want to represent them and just show everybody that it works. It makes a difference. There's a lifelong impact in our family. So thank you for giving us a chance to speak.
Thank you. Other comments? Yes, sir. This is on Habitat. Okay. Any other public comments? Yes, sir. And please remember to state your name and address when y'all come up. I keep forgetting to make mention of that.
Good afternoon, Charles Callanan from Wexford. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Orlando, Council. I'll keep my comments very brief. I've never been a big fan of non-governmental organizations mixing in with governmental organizations. I think that this should not be proceeded with. I don't think this should be a burden for the taxpayer. I think that private enterprise is a far better solution to solve this. And I think you should seriously rethink this, because inevitably anything that the government gets involved with is going to have a bureaucratic tail on it that is going to become unmanageable, and with a whole host of other, quite frankly, some foreseeable problems and some ones that you're not going to see. But I stand wholeheartedly against this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, town manager. My name is Morris Campbell. I live in the Spanish Wells community. I'm so happy to be here to hear our community just talk about the issue of affordable housing. There are many sides, and there will always be many sides to every issue that impact us, but this is the building of a good community, I think. In Hilton Head, we talked about the Heritage Tournament being world-renowned, etc., and life on Hilton Head should be the way for everyone who live, work, or desire to live and work here. Affordable housing or livable housing is certainly a basic as far as our fundamental life, quality of life issues, as well as the foundation of a quality community. It's going to take all of us working together to accomplish that, not just the private sector, not just the town system, but all of us who has any ability or any resource to do that. And I'm very, very, very optimistic that working together we can accomplish that, but throwing rocks and stones is not going to address the issue. Our quality of life based on services that are rendered or available to our communities, and a lot of people who come to provide services to our community don't live here, and if they were living here, it would be much easier. So I would just encourage you to move forward in support of the two MOUs or MOAs, and let's continue to work together as a community more so than being against everything. Let's be for something, and housing is a basic need that we can all rally around. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other public comments? All right, seeing none, Josh, I'm going to ask you to come back up and just dive in a little bit into Act 57 and the use of funds for Habitat.
Yes, sir. I think it is important to understand where this source of funding is coming from. So if approved by this body, the currently anticipated source of revenues that would be used to provide this funding would come from state accommodations taxes. And the only reason we can have that conversation is because of the recently adopted Act 57 of the 2023 legislative cycle. What that did was it specifically allowed local governments, cities, counties, towns to spend accommodations taxes, either state or local, on qualified workforce housing projects. Before that, there was an enumerated list, but that was not included. So that was changed to specifically call out and approve these types of projects. And so in addition to approving the MOU tonight, we're still in the process of adopting an amendment to our comprehensive plan to incorporate the housing impact analysis, which was also a requirement of the act. And we're also going to be looking at a budget amendment to then appropriate these funds and make them available for the uses outlined within the MOUs. And so both of those are anticipated to occur next month. And so wanted to make sure to take an opportunity to highlight that. I also want to stress with regards to habitat, the way that this particular agreement is structured is different than the agreement structured with CCDC. So they've both come up relatively at the same time. They both want to look at addressing workforce housing, but the agreement with Habitat is substantially different. And part of the reason why it's different is the agreement with Habitat really focuses on a partnership with the town and town staff who are going to work cooperatively with Habitat to implement this funding and use it. And what we mean by that is staff would be involved in the site selection, design, and then ultimately in any of the permitting that would need to be done to get them to the point where then they can take over and actually move forward with constructions of some workforce housing units. And so want to make sure that it's clear that this agreement really calls for the town working jointly with Habitat to find the site, develop a plan, and come up with something that really makes sense, and then have the funding there to utilize and execute upon that.
Okay, I think for the purpose of today and the questions that are around this, if we could have a presentation on Habitat, that would be helpful, because not just for us, but for the community as well. Even though this has gone through F&A committee several times and has been presented to the public, and I want to state that you always have an opportunity to go to other committee meetings and express your opinions there as well. But I think because of the questions that are around this, it would be good to have a quick presentation if we could.
Asking for a quick presentation. Would you like me to go through the terms of the MOU, or you're going to ask Habitat to come up and speak?
Yep.
Yes, ma'am. It's all you.
I mean, Josh, we love you, but you've spoken a lot today.
Josh, I love you. All right, thank you so much. I thank you for giving us this opportunity. We're happy to be here and talk about a partnership with the town. Thank you to the Finance and Administration Committee for moving this forward for us. And all right, so we're looking hopefully to move forward together with the town to make a difference in housing here on the island. And many of you have seen my little jigsaw puzzle here before, but if you take our program and boil it down to just the basics, it's 4 components that really make this program work. And so our volunteers that we have that help us build these houses and save us a lot on labor costs and make them affordable housing for families. Our donors who have supported us all the way through as we built houses in Beaufort and Jasper counties, and then of course our families. And as you can see, we have a need. We all know we have a need, but at our last informational meeting, over 200 families attended, interested in being part of our program, and we're selecting 10 based on what our capacity was at the time for what we had available. And then of course land. Right now, we don't have land on the island. We are working out in Jasper County and in Beaufort. Talked many times about the possibility of doing multifamily units. We haven't done that yet, but we feel like that we're ready to do that. We're ready to take that first step and do that. We know that by doing multifamily units, we can serve more families in a quicker manner. So very interested in looking at doing that. These are some of the questions that came up when we went through the Finance and Administration Committee meetings to talk about the program. We will be looking at families that are working here on the island. We do retain in our mortgage documents the first right of refusal if someone does decide that they want to sell their home. I can tell you that doesn't happen very often. Part of that is because we work so closely with our families. When the housing prices went up, they were being bombarded by realtors asking them to consider selling their homes, and we were able to reach out and remind them that here's how this program works, here's what you were paying in rent before, is it worth looking at having to find someplace else to live, and nobody sold their home. They didn't want to give up their home here on the island. We work with our families to get their sweat equity hours completed, 300 to 400 hours of sweat equity. A large part of that is spent helping build their own homes, so they're working right alongside with our volunteers, building their homes. They take classes on budgeting and predatory lending and home maintenance and being good neighbors and conflict resolution. We want to prepare them to be successful homeowners, so they go through about 20 hours of classes before they get into our or once they've come into the program, before we close on their home, helping them to be prepared to be a new homeowner. And then once they move into their home, once we've closed on that home, they have an affordable mortgage along with a silent second mortgage. So that silent second mortgage represents we do an appraisal, I can't think of the word here, appraisal when we finish the home. We sell that to them with the first mortgage that represents what it cost us to build that home. The difference between those two will be a silent second mortgage that goes away over time. As long as they stay in their home, they make their payments, they follow all the rules of their mortgage document, that second mortgage will go away over time. That does two things. One, it keeps them from flipping their home right away and making any money. They just won't. And it's not how our families think anyway. They're not going into it with the idea that they would sell that home. But there's a mechanism there to prevent that. Second thing is it helps them with predatory lenders. Nobody wants to be third in line. If they've got two mortgages already, nobody wants to hold a third mortgage, so they don't take advantage of them in that way. And then the last thing also built into our documents is that there are no short-term rentals. Our families have to live in their home. It has to be their primary residence as part of their mortgage agreement. Have a proven track record, as has been mentioned several times. Our very first home that we built in the 1990s was built here on the island. The last homes that we completed on the island are those 32 homes that are in the Glen. This is an example of one of those and a proud homeowner standing in front of it. Those 32 homes we built as a partnership with the town. We couldn't have done that without the partnership that we had with the town to be able to do that. These are families that are living here, they are working here, they are buying goods here, they are decorating your kids' birthday cakes, they are in your dentist's office, they are doing landscaping in your yards, repairing your homes. They live here, they're engaged here, they pay their taxes here, and they're part of this community. And I know you can't read all of this, and I didn't really intend for you to. It's just an example to let you see that we are here, we've been doing the work, and we want to continue this partnership with the town to do what we've been doing. I'll take any questions you have for me.
Thank you. Are there any questions before the motion is made? Yes, Mr. Alfred.
Really, you mentioned that you would be pursuing the possibility of multifamily homes instead of single, which I gather has historically been your practice. Here we've discussed it in the Finance Administrative Committee, but the MOU does not make reference to anything other than single family. But I think, if I understand you correctly, you share the desire to try out the possibility of multifamily.
Yes, we would.
Josh, can we accept this representation and presentation, or do we need to do anything with the MOU?
Yes, sir. Actually, if that's the only concern, you could probably incorporate that into your motion contingent upon adding that language in there.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Yes. And if others agree, I'll add that to the motion. Move council adopt the resolution authorizing the execution of a memorandum of understanding with the Hilton Head Island Regional Habitat for Humanity to support workforce housing, adding the phrase including multifamily units as part of the possibility.
For a second. Okay. Discussion. Ms. Becker.
So first of all, Habitat for Humanity has done great work across the country and here on Hilton Head Island. In fact, we are partners, and we have been for a long time, having donated land to Habitat and seen the good work and the amazing families that have been able to join our community and living out the American dream as home ownership is an important part of moving forward in this country and providing generational opportunity for the future. So it bothers me, quite honestly, that we are looking to form what's being assessed as a new partnership. In this new partnership, rather than the donation of land, which I think I just heard in your presentation, is truly the most critical element, right? Without land, you can't achieve any of these things. No good work would stop. So it's my belief that this council acquired some land not too long ago over on Bryant Road. And while it wasn't agreed to the purpose of that purchase at the time, many people have suggested that that is land that has been set aside for workforce housing. And it would be my preference that we donated that land to Habitat for Humanity rather than moving forward with a cash allotment through an MOU that is dependent on year after year renewed application and qualification. I'm not sure that that best suits, quite honestly, in my humble opinion, our partnership that has been so productive in the past. So I want to start there, that I think that's the appropriate way for this council to be moving forward. And then I want to ask a question with regard to Act 57 and a budget amendment that Josh, you mentioned. Does Act 57 allow for a look back, or does it only allow for the access of funding from the date it was passed by the legislature?
So Act 57 has a sunset provision in terms of when it will expire. There's no language in the act that I'm aware of that sets any other kind of dates as far as a look back time that you could start to. So once it got passed, it became an allowable expenditure, and it's silent as to the timing of that. It just states that in 7 years, it will expire without further action of the General Assembly.
Thank you.
And real quick, I'm sorry, just because it was brought up previously, in the agreement, it specifically states that Habitat may only use the above referenced funding for the purpose of acquiring real property and or designing and constructing single and or multifamily workforce housing units. So multifamily is specifically provided for in the agreement.
Thank you. And I think one of the things that this new request coming through as a memorandum of understanding that bothers me is because of our long-standing successful relationship with Habitat, that it bothers me tremendously, a lot, that consultants and lobbyists have been employed by Habitat. Those are good funds. That's dollars that could be used for building homes to provide housing for community. And so I don't understand that. I don't understand why, when we have this relationship, that would have taken place. And tens and tens of thousands of dollars having been spent in just the year 2023, being paid to a consultant to move forward with the town of Hilton Head. It's inconsistent with our relationship. So those things bother me. Mayor, if you'll be patient with me, I just want to make sure I have a full understanding of many things that are included here. Besides the dollar amount, there is also, through the agreement, an association whereby the town would become intricately involved, and I think we heard a little bit about it, with the planning, land acquisition, and all sorts of other aspects of becoming a partner with Habitat. What bothers me about that is that whether some may want to say this is true or not, it seems to me that we are on a sliding slope of developing a housing department in Hilton Head. That is against our limited services government that we have here on Hilton Head. That is inconsistent with what I believe the majority of Hilton Head believes is happening, the growth of government. And so I can't support that. And so at every turn, when this becomes a reality, I will make that same comment, that we are slowly but surely increasing our government overreach into housing. And so I'll say it over and over again. That's under, if anyone's looking, it's on page 5, number 5, project assistance. I do have a question as to qualifications, living, working on Hilton Head. It specifically says that at the time of acceptance into the program, that the applicant will work on Hilton Head. That doesn't say anything about what happens once the home is built and the family moves into it. It doesn't guarantee that we indeed are solving a workforce issue on Hilton Head. Speaking of workforce, one of the things that I've asked for that I haven't received but I know is coming is something that I heard in the Housing Action Committee, that there now in fact is a definition between workforce and affordable. Yet all of the documentation interchanges those words. You can sometimes read it listed as affordable workforce housing. You can read it as affordable housing. You can read it as workforce housing. Do they all mean the same? I don't know that. That's a question, and until we know the answer to that, given especially what I heard at the Housing Action Committee just last week, I believe it was, I don't know how we could approve anything tonight with this, because we don't know exactly what type of housing we are providing. Moreover, we've got another issue of inconsistency. Number 5 on page 3, we have an AMI consideration. An AMI consideration that isn't consistent with what you'll hear about from CCDC, or you hear about from North Point, or you hear about from any other, even Islanders mixed use, where it became a hot topic of contention among some council members. That the AMI between 30 and to 80% of the AMI applicable to Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, without the express prior written approval of the town. So, 2 things there. Why is the AMI different among all of our different programs that are coming forth to us? We have a housing policy. Are we following our policy, or are we changing it at every single application that comes for us? And when it says without prior written approval by the town, does that mean that the burden falls on the town manager to make those decisions? Is it the town manager and the mayor who make those decisions? Or does it get revisited by this council or the future councils to assess whether or not any changes are appropriate and things that our constituents are holding us responsible for? So these are some concerns, and you'll hear that language throughout not only this document, but other documents coming up as well. So those are just a number of my concerns. I think that is the most difficult position I can remember being put in. Habitat is one of my favorite. I grew up in a world where we qualify for every one of these programs, and lived in some of the most horrendous situations, where at 15, instead of going to the grocery store with my mother as we walked and using food stamps, and then pushing the cart back to our 1-bedroom apartment above where drugs were sold and crime was rampant. I got a job at 15, and I never allowed my mother to go to the store like that again. I took my money and got to the store and brought back food, because that's how it's done. Habitat means a lot to me. Working for the American dream means everything to me. It's fundamentally how I was raised, and I believe how most people on this island were raised and understand how you get ahead in the world. My problem is that this document has so many issues within it, and because I believe our partnership is already strong, and I believe that we ought to be donating that land to Habitat and not providing them with money that we cannot track, we cannot audit, that we cannot claw back, all of the things that this document says we can do for safety measures. And so it pains me to have to say no to this document, but I opened the door to the idea of moving forward as a partner in providing land to Habitat on Hilton Head for Hilton Head employees.
All right, thank you. Other comments? Other comments? Ms. Price.
Yes, sir. I've long been a supporter of Habitat. I actually worked on a house when I lived in North Carolina. But what I remember the most is the faces of the families that move into Habitat homes. And we had a ribbon cutting on the last house in the Glen. And I was there to see those two little boys so excited to walk into their new home. You never forget that. It's a great model. This is a different way of approaching it, but as Morris Campbell said to us, it takes a lot of different ways, and we all should work together to address this issue on our island and to be able to find homes for folks no matter their status. And I want to especially thank Mr. Castellanos for coming here, not only today, but other times, going to wholeheartedly support this MOU, because it's another way that we can take a step forward and help with housing in our community. And I'm proud to do so.
Okay. Other public comments? Okay. No call-ins allowed. Mr. Stanford, I just want to double check with you, see if you have any comment at this time. No, okay. So that being said, we've got a motion by Mr. Ames and a second by Mr. Alfred. I'd feel remiss if I didn't speak. There's a new product out there, Act 57. And we have an Attorney General's opinion stating it's not illegal to use these funds. These funds are coming in from the tourists from outside of our community. They're coming back to us so that we can utilize in the best interest of our community. What is that best interest? And those funds currently are used for a lot of different things. So as we go forward in identifying new MOUs, what does it mean to those organizations that are already receiving those grants from the town? How does it affect the town? How does it affect what we've become accustomed to, but also at the same time, how does a lack of employees affect us and what we've become accustomed to? So I've had a real struggle with both Habitat and CCDC. And I'll probably repeat this in a minute. It's a challenge. It's a real challenge. I don't see any problem using Act 57 funds. I don't have a problem with that as long as it doesn't affect other organizations negatively or the town negatively. So homeownership is very, very important to me. And if we're utilizing funds in any realm, then homeownership is the way that it needs to be utilized. Because it does give somebody the chance to build their wealth. 65% of all wealth in America comes from homeownership. I went to the last house that was awarded in ribbon cutting, and there was a young student in there who actually looked to my wife as his teacher. It meant something to this little third grader. It was so powerful that they were in a home now, and they were so excited. That's the American dream. And that, if we're gonna use tax dollars, whether it's ours or from the state or our tourists that come in, I see this as a great way to utilize it. I'll be voting yes for it. So with that being said, we will take the vote. All those in favor of yes, please signify by raising your right hand. All those opposed?
Great sadness. This is, in my opinion, as you've heard, not the appropriate mechanism to provide dollars that can be spent on consultants or lobbyists, et cetera, instead of to do the good work of the organization.
So it passes 6-1, but Josh, I do have a quick question for you because I meant to ask you this before. We can still clean up the verbiage in that MOU to make certain that we're addressing one type of housing and not a multitude of different definitions, but it's that one that we're, you know, that's something we should have caught very early. Sure. Right? And make certain that it's clean.
Yes, so the language that is included in here allows for flexibility because the project hasn't yet been defined. That's going to be, I think, a lot done once the site's fine. You're going to define the project once you have the site. But it provides the flexibility, understanding that either single family or multifamily is going to be the resulting product.
Okay, all right. So next.
I'm not sure if that actually answered your question.
To clean up the word, you know, just instead of having, well, different definitions of workforce housing, affordable housing, just one.
Yes, sir. To the extent that we're not making any substantive changes, we can clean it up and provide clarification.
And isn't there a debate as to what the intention was?
At this point, I would tell you that what's in the document provides for a floor of 30% and a ceiling of 80%. That is in the document that came out of committee, and that's what's been approved by the council today.
And that's also falls in line with Habitat's national standards. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Next, we have a consideration of a resolution authorizing the execution of a memorandum of understanding with the Coastal Community Development Corporation to support workforce housing. The CCDC made an initial presentation to the town's Finance and Administrative Committee on August 15th, 2023. Staff worked with representatives of the CCDC to create this document, and a copy was provided to all members of the committee in advance of its December 19th, 2023 meeting. At that meeting, the committee requested multiple revisions to the draft document. The town's Finance and Administrative Committee met again on January 11, 2024 to review the terms of the revised memorandum of understanding and answered questions concerning this document. Ultimately, the committee voted unanimously to approve the revised memorandum of understanding. Mr. Gruber.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Shortly after the adoption of Act 57, the town received communication from the Coastal Community Development Corporation asking if the town would consider providing funding for their pursuit of workforce housing availability on the island. In August of 2023, they made an initial presentation to the Finance and Administrative Committee. Following that meeting, staff was asked to put together a memorandum of understanding that would outline, if funding were to be provided, the terms and conditions upon which the funding would be provided, how that funding could or could not be utilized, and then the reporting mechanisms by which they would need to keep track and provide documentation following the receipt of funding. For record keeping and programmatic evaluation purposes. And so staff was tasked with drafting that document. We prepared an example. We brought it through committee. We had multiple rounds of discussion at committee where we made a number of adjustments. The document that you have before you this evening represents the most recent amendments to that document. So you'll see that there was some underlined language. So there was 3 requested additions to that draft document, all 3 of which were included in here. There's clarification that because these are rental in nature, the certification of local employment and income requirements would be verified no less than annually. If for some reason they offered up a 6-month lease, it would be done anytime that there's a recertification or a reissuance of the lease. But under any circumstances, it would be done no less than annually. So that was one adjustment. The other one was clarification with regards to the preference mechanism. The Coastal Community Development Corporation is using the ability to provide workforce housing as an incentive to solicit charitable contributions for their purpose. And so based upon the direction from the committee, language is included that allows them to provide this preference so long as the ratio of preferred units does not exceed the same amount of units that are being provided to the public. So for every 1 unit that they would offer as a preference, there needs to be at least 1 unit created that is available to the public under these same conditions and terms. And so that was included. And then outside of what the committee requested, but in conformance with what they'd discussed, we included clarification that the area median income limits are defined according to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development in terms of where that number is located, should somebody want to know what the 30% to 120% figure constitutes. And then lastly, we made this clear that the funding is going to be available on a drawdown basis. What that means is information demonstrating to us compliance with all the terms in the document are going to be solicited first, and it's only after we've received those, reviewed them, and approved them that funding would then be released pursuant to that request. So those were all the amendments that were made coming out of the committee. I know representatives of the Coastal Community Development Corporation are here this evening, and my guess is they would like to provide you with some information as well.
Okay. Do you want to again talk about the Act 57 usage of funds, just to tie it to this instead of Habitat?
Yes, similar to the Habitat's request, currently this is anticipated to come from state accommodation tax funding, where we currently have an available balance in excess of about $1.2 million. For housing purposes. And so we put a placeholder in there based upon the committee's recommendations of funding for $500,000 for Habitat and $600,000 for CCDC. And so similarly, it is restricted funds that are coming about that are only available as a result of the language change in Act 57 and are coming from a restricted account.
Okay. So we'll go to public comment, and then we'll have representatives from CCDCs come up. Mr. Hoagland.
I just can't believe what I'm watching. This is all heartfelt, it's worthy, but it's not the way to use our tax monies. If you fund one nonprofit, then it's going to open up the door, and it's going to be one after the other. What's next? You know, YMCA, Heart Association, Cancer Association, Boys and Girls Club. It just goes on and on. This is for private members and private donors. We don't need more government. We need less government. Government should not be in any business whatsoever carried on by free enterprise. You know, you're going to have to be sued again. There's no way we're going to be able to do anything in here unless we just file a lawsuit against you, just like we did with the $600,000 to Seapots. That's in litigation. It has not been decided by a judge yet, and I assume that's going to go under appeal. I will probably end up wanting to get involved in this, but I think we need to file a lawsuit, get the Attorney General involved, because he's not honest himself. We need a new Attorney General, to be honest with you. He's no better than the FBI and the IRS and all the rest of them. So I think that we're not going to be able to do anything. We're just going to sit here and be robbed blind. You're going to keep on voting. We're all going to sit here and accept it. We're going to walk out of the room and we're going to go, oh, well, there you go. You know, more of our money. What are we going to do? I think it just needs to end. You just need to use the money for the constitutional purpose of tax money. But funding all these nonprofits, this is insanity. What we're watching is just absolutely insanity.
Other comments? Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, other members, my name is Bob Arundel. I'm a 40-year resident of Woodlake Villas here on the island. Very quickly, I was also the basketball coach of the team that you recognized earlier. Thank you very much. Public charities must abide by strict federal rules. Act 57 can overrule those federal laws. One key requirement of any 501c3 organization is that no benefit, monetary or non-monetary, can go to any organization. That's a hard, fast rule. I'm a tax attorney, I know. Under the heading, the process eligibility found on the CCD website, it states, second priority is given to eligible households that work for CCDC financial partners. That is a non-monetary benefit. If you need blood from the American Red Cross, the first priority you have to establish is that you need the blood. The second priority is not, did you donate to the American Red Cross? They don't ask that. CCDC can't ask that either. It's a violation of federal law.
Now, they have said that a lot of their benefits will be coming from the fact that they're a 501c3 organization, breaks on property taxes and other things. They lose those breaks the minute their 501c3 status is canceled because they are violating the rules. So even though I have no problem with public funds going to a public charity, because I don't think that's prohibited, public funds going to a 501c or whose very documents state they will be violating federal law needs to be reworked, considered, tabled, rewritten. But right now, it's fatally flawed. The minute you put funds into that organization under their current plan, they say right there, we are going to violate federal law. We're going to let non-monetary benefits go to a private organization. My final comment has to do with what does affordable housing mean? People have been talking about that. In the examples that the CCDC has, they point out a single woman, 2 kids with $80,000, a single man with $100,000. That's between $38 and $50 an hour. I don't know a landscape employee or anyone else that earns that much. Somebody making minimum wage can only afford $20 to $10 an hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rondo.
Good afternoon. I purchased my first rental property in the early 80s.
Would you back up and just state your name real quick?
I'm sorry, Don Brashears. I live on Hilton Head Plantation. I purchased my first rental property in the early 80s. Since then, it's been a navigation for me alongside building other businesses. I have managed thousands of properties, both mine and for real estate investors. I am here to applaud the efforts of the CCDC on taking on this task of affordable housing. The Marside Board, since we were mentioned in an email as the location they wanted to secure property in, met with them and they were very helpful and transparent about the details. However, there are aspects of the plan that need improvements, and that is why I'm here. The Marside Board is concerned over the number of units that they purchased that CCDC may purchase in the complex. Over 10% rentals presents mortgage issues, including the possible disallowing of some FHA loans. That can affect financing and property values. What we want in our complex is owners, not renters. As an investor, I like a level playing field. And as long as CCDC is getting tax abatement, which they mentioned at our meeting, it's not a level playing field for investors. In the way CCD will operate, there are two stakeholders, and that's the community and CCDC. In my vision of things, there are three stakeholders. There's the community, there's CCD, and there's the employees. What are we doing for the employees by providing housing? What are we doing for them? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. How are they building equity in a rental property? How are they doing that? We need to make them owners. We need to have them to have a piece of the American dream, as has been mentioned before. We need to make them owners, and here is why. Owners take care of their properties. You save manager salaries and commissions because you don't need managers when you have owners. Owner employees will become members of the community, something that everybody here seeks. Owner employees will build equity over time and possibly be able to sell their unit to cash in on their equity, and they will vacate that property for another and leave another property for another employee to take on and to buy. Owners are much more reluctant to move, where a tenant will pack up and move in an instant. And I will tell you that is one of my biggest points, that they will move in an instant, whereas an owner who's part of the community and feels part of the community won't do that.
All right, Mr. Bashir, we got to cut you off there. Your time's up. Quick 3 minutes. I know. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Melinda Tenner, Palmetto Hall. The CCDC is a new organization formed as a nonprofit less than a year ago. It's been described in past presentations as a proof of concept. I have a concern in giving taxpayer dollars to an unproven business model. The CCDC is looking for funding through the affiliated agency program. I imagine that when the affiliated agency program was designed, there was a lot of thought put into the application process to ensure taxpayer dollars were applied to organizations that had a track record. The application has a financial statement requirement asking for the organization's budget and the current plus previous 2 years' profit and loss report and balance sheets. Because the CCDC is new, they do not have 2 years of financial results. In addition, if affiliated agency status is given to the CCDC, other unproven business models may be coming to the town looking for funding. I have other concerns as well, including the impact to the communities in which these homes are purchased and the further lack of availability of affordable homes because they're being purchased by the CCDC. Even though I'm not supportive of funding, I will provide feedback on the MOA in case you move forward. The funding language in number 2 feels like it is an expansion of what was originally discussed. In prior presentations, the $600,000 was described as a down payment, money for the purchase of affordable workforce housing. The language in section 2, number 2, in the MOU says support the acquisition of properties, okay, the creation of affordable workforce housing, does that mean development? And the oversight and management of the same, which sounds like operational expenses. Why is the use of funding expanded? And this is not consistent with the roles and responsibility language in number 3, section 2, which says funding for the purchases of developing, again, expanded usage, and or acquiring single and or multifamily work housing units. I would also suggest, if you move forward, that the term, which is currently at 5 years, be shortened to 1 year due to the newness of the business model. Thank you.
Thank you. All the way in the back.
Thank you. Matt Sweeney, Indigo Run. Good afternoon, council members, Mr. Mayor, and Mr. Town Manager. With North Point in the doldrums, there seems to be a desperation to approve spending of taxpayer dollars on subsidized housing. So you will most likely pass whatever is presented today. But I ask you to think about the questions you'll get from constituents over the next 8 months and questions you or your successors should ask after a year when millions have been approved for government subsidized housing. The MOU with CCDC lists many obligations by that nonprofit, and most of them are process-oriented. I'm sure they'll submit their detailed plan, their budget, their maintenance plan, and other reports that are called for in the MOU. But the thing you should be most interested in are, and I quote this from the MOU, the performance metrics that may be necessary to evaluate the overall effectiveness of taxpayer dollars to address workforce housing issues on Hilton Head. I believe such performance metrics are necessary, and you should establish them now before you approve anything. Will you evaluate who's been helped? I'm not talking about the 20 or 50 people who will be housed in rent-controlled units, or their employers, who are the ones really being subsidized. I'm talking about taxpayers. What are the measurable benefits to residents and visitors to Hilton Head Island? How many housing units will be saved from the short-term rental market? That's one of the key selling points here, but have you asked about those metrics? What about the metrics to evaluate who has been harmed? How many entry-level units will be snapped up by CCDC, taken away first-time buyers who would have otherwise been owner-occupiers of the properties? How will rent controls and deed restrictions have harmed the property values of adjacent owner-occupied units? If the nonprofit does not pay property taxes, which their model assumes, how will those lost property taxes be made up? I believe we, the taxpayers, would be on the hook for that too. I recognize the urge of many to spend taxpayers' dollars in the hopes of benefiting society. If it's your intention, then you have the obligation to establish and measure real metrics, not just tests of process, to see if you're providing a real net benefit or just virtue signaling. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Caitlin Lee, 82 Gold Oak Drive. I want to thank you all for taking this under consideration today. This is one of the projects that makes me probably most excited that I've heard of because I see myself in this MOU. I moved here 2 days after I graduated from college, but neither of my parents were college graduates. I moved here, I didn't even know where Hilton Head was. I'm not from a generationally wealthy family. My father died when I was 3 years old. I have done the things and worked really hard. I moved here, like I said, 2009. I had zero plans on staying here, and now we're rolling on 15-year anniversary of me moving here. And anecdotally, I can tell you that I've 3 of the condos that I lived in, which comprise the past 10 years, every single one of them was purchased not by a first-time homeowner or not by another renter or, excuse me, not by another worker here on the island. They were all purchased, and I lost my home because a retiree or somebody from outside came and purchased it with cash. Every single one of them. There is, and I don't need to tell Alan this because, or Mary Perry, sorry, because he writes mortgages all day long, but I would bet the money in my bank account right now that these homes that we're worried about being sold out from underneath first-time home buyers don't have a chance at buying those homes anyway. And they don't have enough money to save up for a mortgage down payment because they're paying $2,000 a month in rent. This is a solution that solves that. In politics, we're lucky if we get 20 to 30% of what we want on something, and I think we all need to remember that. And this housing solution is a 3-legged stool. It's part of the solution. It's like people have said before, an issue that requires many solutions. Homeownership is wonderful. I feel so blessed that I, after 13 years of living here, was able to buy a home. If anybody wants to talk about how that worked for me, I'm happy to sit down and have that conversation. But it was not without really working within, my community, and I had to work very hard for that opportunity. But I just wanted to say thank you. I think this is, another tool in our tool belt. So thank you. I hope you all vote yes.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Y'all are sitting right next to each other, so.
Good afternoon. My name is Eli Roth, and I live at 31 Ensis Road. I'm here today to support a public-private initiative to provide affordable workforce housing in Hilton Head. When most people hear there's a workforce shortage, they think about their favorite restaurant being understaffed. But I'm here to remind you that this could be a life and death situation that needs a timely remedy. As a physician, I think about staffing of essential personnel at Hilton Head Hospital. If you have an emergency on the island, you will be taken to Hilton Head Hospital. I've been told that the hospital has been short as much as 50 nurses, 50 nurses, in the recent past. Nurses are what make a hospital run safely and efficiently. I suspect there may also be shortages of other essential personnel, such as respiratory therapists, x-ray technicians, etc. That shortage can potentially cause a patient increased medical complications and decreased survival. I ask you to consider this significant aspect of a housing shortage when you vote on affordable workforce housing issues. Thank you.
Thank you. There you go.
Council, Mayor. My name is Michael Hawanchuk. I am the manager of the Wood Lake Villas Owners Association. You've heard lots of various comments of affordability, equity, things of that nature. Several years ago, Wood Lake embarked on a 2.5-year venture of meetings with its owners and going through the legal process of amending its master deed and bylaws to incorporate all the aspects needed to obtain FHA and VA project approvals, which it took 3 years. We did it, and we're one of the few projects that can do that. What that means is potential purchasers at our property can obtain loans and buys with 2 to 3% down, as opposed to the 20% down. We have made home ownership affordable, and when that happened, sales increased, ownership increased, values increased. This is going to just go the reverse for us, and we've already seen it. The calls we're getting from real estate agents and potential buyers wanting to know, do you have any of these subsidized rental units in your place? Where are they and what buildings? So we don't buy there in that. Affordable housing is needed. This is not the right mechanism for certain properties. How you make that determination, I'm not exactly sure. But we want owner occupied. We want people to have equity in the property. This proposal to us seems like the equity that's going to be given is going to be given to the ownership entity, not to the renter, which to me defeats the purpose. Ms. Becker had a great idea. The town owns property, lease it to them for $1 for 99 years, and build good, affordable housing projects for everybody. And it's those words, affordable, everybody, you need to have a better definition of that to eliminate any negative connotations. That also follows properties, that also detracts from property values. And Mr. Arundel also had a good point about having to follow certain 501c3 rules, that if you give the preferred partners 1 unit and then the general public, okay, they get 1 unit, I guess that means then they're just breaking the law half the time. So we just think there's better options, better projects, and this is not like town money should not be used. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith. Next.
Good afternoon. Grace Smith, Indigo Run. I hope I have time for my prepared remarks, but I just wanted to say one other thing. I hope the representatives from CCDC will clarify this, but one thing I can't get past is if the organization is asking for public funding, how can they turn around and guarantee investors a 3% return on their investment? I'm not sure whether I'm accurate on that, but if it is something I can't get past using our tax money to guarantee somebody a 3% return on their investment. Here are my prepared remarks. 3 quick points pertaining to the CCDC matter. One of the town's own stipulations in order for an entity to qualify as an affiliated agency is that the organization provides a minimum of 2 years of financials in order to demonstrate that organization's financial viability. Clearly, as a brand new entity, the CCDC is unable to provide such financial documentation. I have heard that it is the intention of the Hilton Head Island Town government to disregard this requirement as it pertains to CCDC. Either this town government is run according to the regulations that have been established through proper procedures, or it is not. I, along with many of your constituents, as those who have placed our trust in your ability to conduct the business of the town according to established protocols, urge you to continue to do so rather than bending the rules arbitrarily for a well-connected organization. Number 2, as I understand it, The Surge Group has placed itself number 2 in the pecking order of those individuals who are to be allocated housing resources as they are purchased or become available. If this is an exclusively privately funded venture, then Surge Group has the perfect right to do anything they want when it comes to who gets the benefits of their largesse and in what order. However, when they ask for our tax money to fund their venture, the game changes. Why should their employees automatically go to the front of the line for housing that is subsidized by we the taxpayers? Why should they enjoy that privilege over those who, say, work in all the small businesses along Arrow Road or off of Matthews Drive? Who decides the tax-funded pecking order? And finally, the intention of this group to dictate that properties they acquire remain in a workforce housing or low rental status for a period of 99 years is absolutely an unacceptable situation and may well be illegal. Not only is this unjust to current property owners, but I seriously doubt that it would hold up in any court. Has the town council given thought as to, in addition to funding all the other expenses, are we now going to also, as taxpayers, fund the legal expenses when this 99-year lease is challenged?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Roth. I mean, Bullard, I know, I couldn't tell which hand was up.
Who am I?
Lynn Picker Bullard.
Your mother. As a matter of information, I just want to pass on that I had a friend who was a longtime employee at the Hilton Head Hospital when it was run by tenant. And it was not uncommon because they were, it was not uncommon for them to give their employees a 10-cent an hour raise. Yes, 10 cents an hour. So who would want to work there under those conditions? Also, nursing has changed. We have a lot of traveling nurses now who don't want to work 365 days for one hospital. They want to go where the weather is and enjoy their life. So there's more to the question, is the hospital poorly staffed because of the cost of housing? Also, we now have a new owner of this hospital that has an excellent reputation. So I am hoping that conditions improve and it will attract more capable people to be working for the hospital. And on top of that, the manager of the tenant hospital, because he had such a great bottom line profit, got promoted to a big hospital in Alabama because he was giving out these 10-cent an hour raises and did a lot of deferred or no maintenance on the hospital. So it's not just so easy to say that we're going to be in trouble because people don't want to work there. There's a reason why a lot of people don't choose to work there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. Sheldon Lee, Ward 4. Today, you will not be voting on housing policies because the town has already established multiple housing frameworks, committed millions of dollars to Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust Funds, so local, and approved a consultant's housing need assessment that calls for 200 new units per year for 10 years. Today, you will be voting on an MOU with CCDC, whose model doesn't even fit within your own framework. Today, you will be voting on a direct investment using tax dollars, knowing that there are many red flags that may render the cure worse than the disease itself. Today, you'll be voting on a risk that you have zero control, but because of public interest, the town needs more workforce housing, and because the government is ready and able to pay for below market rate rentals that are rent controlled for 99 years. So I want Hilton Head residents and all those prominent citizens to hear the facts before your investment decision is made. Number one, worker shortages. In 2023, the town issued more than 870 new business licenses, excluding short-term rental and commercial rental. Assuming each employer employs 3 workers, that's more than 2,600 new hires. So how do new business continue to hire when there is a shortage? Number 2, the assumption that CCDC will offer below market rates. That's actually not true. Using Marshside as an example, CCDC currently rents out the rent-controlled 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom units for $1,600 per month. Based on the information from Marshside Management Company, the current market rate for a similar unit is between $1,200 to $1,800. If you take out the utility costs and property taxes, the equivalent rates would be between $819 to $1,419. This is even before considering the $600,000 free money from taxpayers. Number 3, public interest. The CCDC target units are all in working family neighborhoods outside the PUDs, outside of Sea Pines, outside of Long Cove, and outside of Moss Creek, such as Marshside, Wood Lake, Forest Cove, which are already providing long-term housing for workers. The town finance worker housing program will allow 4 strangers or 4 heartbeats to share 2-bedroom units, which will turn a family-friendly neighborhood into a boarding house or creating parking problems. So I urge you to vote no to the MOU. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sandy West, Long Cove. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Orlando, and Town Council members. I look forward to CCDC's overview, so I hope that will help set the record straight on what the misinformation that's floating around. I also want to thank the Town Council for supporting finding solutions to workforce housing issues. We all know this crisis has been brewing for decades, and this is the first council that has taken concrete steps to resolve it. I'm in full support of the town granting the financial requests of both the CCDC and Habitat, which has already happened, to continue their critical work. These are proven, reputable organizations that are contributing and will continue to contribute to solving our housing needs. In making these investments, the town is demonstrating commitment to our total community and underscoring that public-private partnerships are needed. We've had multiple examples of those just this afternoon. So I would just urge you to continue to keep housing as a number 1 priority. I thank you for your service, and I look forward to CCDC's presentation.
Thank you. Other comments? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Sherry Connolly, and I own property at Cordillo Courts. It's an investment property. It's a private property, and I'm for you solving the workforce housing problem, but I worked really hard to buy this investment in 2005, and I feel like I'm being undercut for the your commitment to filling a need and using private property to do it. I think you should use public property. I think the Habitat for Humanity is a different model altogether. You shouldn't be voting on them together. I think that for people who are of low income, who have worked hard to purchase property, are going to lose because you have this 99-year restrictions on this property that are going to suppress my value over time. I don't see anywhere in there on how many they can have. What is the density? Will people be able to get loans for the going rate at 250, or is that going to diminish too? I see somewhere in the resolution that it says to own. Well, who's going to own it? They're going to be applicants to own. So who's going to own it? And then who's going to sell it? Who can they sell it to? What are the requirements for the resale of the property? Those are things that I don't see in this resolution. I think that you need to be more particular in voting on something where we don't have all the information. But as somebody who's trying to build my private wealth and somebody who works in food and beverage, I also have a business in Bluffton. I work my butt off to get what I have. And it breaks my heart that they're going to take private property and private investments and diminish the value to fill a public need. That, I think, is worthy on public property. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments?
Hi. Again, Angie Hutchins. Oh, sorry. Shipyard. I used to be a nurse. I believe in the foundational principle, first, do no harm. I am begging you to think past the largely emotional arguments that are continuously being paraded in support of CCDC. There are a plethora of rational arguments that I so hope you are hearing, as I believe you believe you're helping, yet you are opening the floodgates to a great amount of collateral damage that will be overwhelming and long-term. They will not only involve increasing public outrage and mistrust of our town officials, but I imagine lawsuits over the various elements already mentioned. You have been informed at every level of this request an incredible amount of concerns, as well as potential abuses within the system that you are complicit in creating. Yet we have watched helplessly while everything CCDC has been fast-tracked, despite rational concerns and lack of a proven record. As many have noted, there are many, many questions about the details that we have a contrasting history to also consider. The extreme disparity with which CCDC has been fast-tracked is astonishing, compared with the complete stonewalling of another opportunity to house island workers, the Office Way project. I can come to no other conclusion, but the majority of the present town council is only concerned with building bigger government and more bureaucracy, as is evidenced by the budget and the town staff and everything growing at alarming and unsustainable rates. I also believe that this majority of town council is increasingly in the business of picking winners and losers. In the name of doing something to help, please do not burden yourselves as well as our entire population with new, untried, entangled morass of more bureaucracy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel Anthony. I live on Jonesville. You heard a lot of people talk about a lot of different things today. I have more questions than answers, and I did reach out to Alan Wolf, who's a spokesperson for this several times, never got an answer back. So I'm looking forward to what he's got to say. A couple things, because I only got a short period of time, but what happens to these communities where all this is going to go on? As you know, I mean, nobody's talked to these people. I mean, there's a couple of people that have been talked to recently, but since this was proposed, if this is such a great idea, why isn't these people from CCDC, and the board members, why aren't they rushing to these neighborhoods and telling them how great of this proposal is? You know? And I can't help, because I live in Ward 1, why in the heck is this happening in Ward 1? Why? You know, why is it the majority of these targeted areas in Ward 1? Because we're the riffraff of the island? Is that what it is? Because we're the workforce you don't need? Because we're not the food and beverage people? We're not the hospitality people? We're just common working folk? So we don't matter. You come into our neighborhoods, tear our neighborhoods all to hell and back, and there's no remorse, there's nothing to it. Because the elitists on the island need this. So that's what we're hearing for. Are you all crazy? I mean, this is so profoundly nuts. I can't even wrap my head around it. And help workforce housing, had 3 sons that grew up in food and beverage. All 3 of those sons own their own homes today because they worked hard. Nobody gave them a damn thing. Nobody. I mean, this is just ridiculous, y'all. I mean, there's too many questions for this. If it's so great, go through these questions. Take this. Do this from now on. Whenever somebody comes to a proposal with you, look at the potential problems, solve them, and then move forward. How about try that? Quit tearing our neighborhoods apart, because you're tearing apart this island, you're selling it out, you're prostituting it to these guys for everything that they want. You're taking away the character of the island, you're destroying it. And this is going to open up Pandora's box. You mark my words. You pass this, every Tom, Dick, and Harry out there is going to have their hand out. Where's mine? Mark my words.
Thank you. Other comments? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'll be brief, both because of the clock, but also because so much has been said that I think I just want to focus on one overarching point, which is, in its current form, this is well-intended but ill-thought-out folly. There are just too many questions. The law of unintended consequences is looming large in my mind. The idea that you start this animal going, and then as time goes on and the diminishing returns on what you planned start growing, and the legal problems, as pointed out, start growing, and the impact, adverse impact on the communities start growing. And then next year, what's going to happen? You know it as sure as the sun rises in the east, that the answer to that is going to be, you know what? If we only had more money, if we only made the animal bigger and kept feeding it, it will somehow get better without still having any answers to all these questions. Thank you.
Please state your name for us, just for the record. State your name.
I apologize. John Casey, Indigo Run.
Thank you. Other public comments? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Lee Woodwarding.
State your name.
The resident of St. Pines, and known to all of you. We have been studying and discussing the various proposals for workforce housing on the island for some time. Clearly, no one proposal is going to solve housing challenge, which is why we have supported the North Point tract, as he was, and support the efforts of the Coastal Community Development Corporation approach to solving workforce housing. We commend the town for taking a multi-pronged approach to solving the challenges of workforce housing as a means to stabilize the workforce for the town, school districts, and the various businesses on this island. Thank you.
Seeing none, Josh.
Sir, let me go ahead and pull up the presentation materials from the Coastal Community Development Corporation.
Hello, Mayor, council members. Thank you for having me up here. Wish I would have had a chance to speak first and save a little bit of trouble, but happy to address all the points that I've heard today and bring everybody up to speed on where we stand.
Go ahead and quickly state your name too.
Alan Wolf.
Thank you.
President of the Surge Group and board member of the CCDC. And the Surge Group is not benefiting from this, so clear that one up right away. All right, so what is the CCDC doing? We've covered this mission before, but for the whole group that's here today, our goal is to increase the availability of homes by, number one, preserving existing housing, i.e. buying ones that are already for sale and keeping them in the long-term rental market, and then follow up opportunities in redevelopment of existing property and development of new property throughout the region. I'd like to reframe what this process will look like if we undergo as an approved entity, affiliated agency, and awarded grant funds. You know, the step one is simply to request grant funds from the town, which we would then combine with altruistic capital, donations and bank loan money to stretch the money to go further. We would then buy units that are for sale, already in the MLS market here locally. And to date, we've not bid up a single price. So the opportunity for people who want to buy homes is certainly there. In fact, our model requires that we pay less than list price and we'll wait it out. And if we can't get that deal, we wouldn't purchase it. So very little risk there. And then we place a 99-year deed restriction, which is a restrictive covenant to ensure that the properties stay tied to an area median income limit over affordability of time. And I'll explain that in a later slide for everybody. We would then rent the units to workers who are eligible based on their incomes of their household income to the associated properties. And then lastly, in many cases, sell the units to workers who rent from the CCDC with a covenant that survives that transaction sale to ensure that the affordability over time is met. Now, this process that we've begun on was hardly fast-tracked. We first put our request in May of 2023, so we're at 10 months right now. We've worked countless hours with town staff and with members of the community. So if that is fast-tracked in government terms, I apologize, but certainly not in my terms. So why are we doing it? We've heard already tonight the quality of life from both supporters and people who are opposed to this effort, that the quality of life is at risk. We simply believe we have to have a high quality of service with many available services to choose from at the lowest possible cost. And we believe that the housing market and affordable housing for workforce is the critical component to ensure that quality of life for our residents and visitors. This is not a singular concern to the CCDC. In fact, the 2023 Resident Tourism Sentiment Survey, conducted annually by the Hilton Head Chamber of Commerce, asked one simple question: what are the top 3 concerns facing our community? And the most highly responded answer, over 44% of respondents listed the workforce shortage as their top concern. And then you see number 3, on-island workforce housing, followed closely by overall development. The Coastal Community Development Corporation solution does address 3 of those top 4 concerns that our community members believe we face. Housing is not a new topic for our community. Many people have been here since 2018 when the Beaufort County Housing Needs Assessment was released. It was referenced earlier that we would have to have on Hilton Head Island 2,335 units by the end of 2027 in a 10-year period to meet the demand for sustainable operation for our island. And that was really before short-term housing went to the Airbnb and VRBO market so heavily. We believe that development alone is not a singular approach that will solve this issue, and that is part of what launched the CCDC effort. So why does the CCDC come to the town of Hilton Head to request for financial support? Well, beginning with 2019 hiring of Lisa Sturdivant and Associates, a consultant, to produce the Workforce Housing Strategic Plan, the town began the process of setting in motion a policy effort to address our shortage. In our overview, the first strategy, which is included here, cites the need for local funds which are critical to filling the gap between the cost of delivering market rate housing and the cost of delivering housing at workforce pricing and rents. Secondly, she pointed out that local funds are essential for leveraging other funding, as we are doing. In her workforce housing principles, she recommended creating a range of workforce housing options on Hilton Head that requires partnerships among public, private, and nonprofit sectors. She also pointed out the need for alternative revenue sources and highlighted the hospitality tax as a potential solution, which then came to fruition, of course, as a tax just this last year. So this is exactly what CCD is trying to do here: be a partner amongst the public, private, and resident nonprofit sectors. After the Strategic Housing Action Plan, the town adopted a stance in their 2020 comprehensive plan to further address the housing issue. It was isolated as a need of a top issue for workforce housing, and that the quality of life would have to be upheld through the work from the Housing Strategic Plan. It said that the town is actively seeking opportunities to foster and increase housing to accommodate the needs of existing and future populations. And then if we didn't see Mr. Sanford's face there, we would see that it also pointed out to look for ways to coordinate with regional and local economic development partners to strengthen avenues for workforce development on the island. In 2022, the previous council adopted a workforce housing framework to address workforce housing, and among the many points of focus, it included to establish a network of potential financial partners. I gotta move that. Of potential financial partners, including but not limited to private investors, philanthropic organizations, banks, etc. The CCDC effort has established exactly those connections with support from those groups that we'll hear from. In last year's strategic plan workshop, the town identified 15 priorities, Mark, no offense, there was a big one. The second one, which was workforce housing. We see in the community box, number 2.1, the commitment to develop and maintain support partnerships and relationships with community organizations as well as regional and state partners to collaboratively address the housing needs. They also highlighted $3.3 million, which was budgeted for the allotment of the new housing fund to support housing initiatives and Senator Davis's S-284 bill. That bill was addressed in the 2023 housing impact analysis. The analysis also noted that the rental market data and the unsustainable nature of the rental market was at high risk on Hilton Head Island. It appears to the supporters of the CCDC that since 2018, the town has taken actionable steps in executing the priorities they've set and to put policy into motion. That again is why the CCDC is here. It's why it was formed, to address the housing issue and to be a partner in producing and preserving housing options for our community. The MOU today is in line with that town policy. To recover how we're executing our strategy, you've seen this all before, but we are targeting rental units and that would serve between 50 and 120% of AMI with a property tax abatement, and then those between 120 to a max of 150% would not be eligible for the property tax abatement. The ones we're talking about with the MOU today are limited to the 50 to 120% range. Units would be deed restricted for 99 years, and the application process would ensure that local workers have access to the units that are owned by the CCDC. In our cost curve bending strategies, we've had a lot of success with this low cost of capital, an issue that's come up a couple times tonight. We have sought out altruistic capital, which offers a 3% return over a 10-year period via an unsecured promissory note. There is no guarantee of return. The people who are offering up this money for us to be able to use as down payment equity towards housing purchases comes with no guarantee. It has all the legal documents supporting that it is non-secured, and it would stand in no way subsequent to a mortgage from a bank. In fact, it is completely unsecured. Now that effort has still raised over $1.1 million from the work that we did in the Long Cove community. And as it turns out, $110,000 of the money was actually converted or committed as a donation without any return attached to it. So it was good to see that just over 10% of the total money was in donation form. We've also been successful working through private donations. We raised $125,000 last year from private residents and businesses. We had a community foundation of a Low Country grant of $100,000. Those are the two sources of funding the administrative work of our organization. And then last week, we received a $500,000 donation from a local island resident committed to seeing this problem solved on Hilton Head. In the state housing program side, we are about to submit our first South Carolina Housing Trust Fund application to purchase additional housing in the area. And we'll also be competing for the rental development program, which comes up this spring with SC Housing, and Senator Davis is the one who linked us up with SC Housing to get that work started. The question came up a few minutes ago, who owns these properties? Well, they are not owned by the town. The units would be purchased and owned by the nonprofit and kept on the CCDC balance sheet. Now, this is not new. This follows the lead of other nonprofits in the state who have already succeeded in bringing housing solutions across the state, including the Greenville Housing Fund and Homes for Hope, both organizations which were critical in the formation of our efforts and our approach. We, of course, would be incentivized to maintain this property to ensure that there is still value for resale, as we intend to focus on sales to existing renters, which would keep the covenant in place at the time of sale. Renters can earn the right to utilize up to 10% of yearly rents as a credit towards the purchase of a CCDC-owned property. That sale would, of course, recycle capital so that we could purchase additional units
and still work to put homeowners in place. Your packet included a similar list of what you've seen before. These are 12 example properties that have been or are currently for sale to demonstrate the rents that would be available across the spectrum of 50% of household income to 120% of household income. And while, yes, there are some that are certainly market rate, you can see that there are some that are well below market rate as well. Those rents then feed into our model, which essentially outlines the gross revenues and then follows up with the expenses associated with owning and managing a block of units. Our model looks different since we first presented our request to the town in May and then subsequently in August of last year as MLS listings continue to change. And we've taken a much more considerable effort to increase the insurance costs built into our forecasting and associated regime costs as we all see those skyrocketing around us. We've also incorporated vacancies, and thanks to one of our community discussions, we were able to put the loan origination fee in to ensure that we have that cost covered as well. You see the source of funds as an example of how the town money would be used. That $600,000 request, if granted, would be used only for down payment equity, not for any administrative cost of the organization. We've covered before why to partner with the CCDC. We have a solution that after 7 years of talking about this in my lifetime here, shows that we have an immediate solution that supports growth management, has a long, sustainable tenure to it, prioritizes home ownership, and is really a community solution. We have received overwhelming community support by the members that we've approached to join us. I don't think they're all here tonight in delivering our mission. We have been made aware of sentiments from some community members who are not as pleased and they are concerned about our efforts. We've heard a lot of it tonight, and I would like to address those points now. The first issue is a concern around our efforts being associated with Section 8 housing. I'm not an expert on Section 8 housing, but Board Member Tony Alfieri assembled these points from the HUD website, which outline the basic framework of Section 8. The reason that the CCDC is unable to speak to the program is we have never been affiliated with a discussion around Section 8 projects. Therefore, we have no idea how that would work or how it got into the public lexicon. I understand there's a website called Nextdoor. It is a public forum of some sort, and this was an image that I was sent which showed a number of bullet points that I wanted to address. The first one speaks to subsidized housing for some workers earning above $130,000. The truth is, if there was a household of one eligible for an AMI restricted unit between 50 and 120%, the max income of salary they could have would be $93,540. There is, of course, a household of four number that's at $133,000, and that would likely include more than one wage earner, or one wage earner with three dependents that's making a very good salary. The second point speaks to turning working family communities into boarding houses for migrant workers. I don't know where that came from, but it was just referenced a moment ago as our policy for 4 heartbeats in a 2-bedroom would promote migrant worker boarding houses. 4 heartbeats in a 2-bedroom is 4 people living in a 2-bedroom. That seems entirely reasonable, so I'm still not sure where that came from. Of course, the third bullet point speaks to millions of taxpayer money. We have requested $600,000. And then I will touch on the deed restriction issue next, because that is obviously a very big concern. This post also came out of Nextdoor and mentioned that there was a number of communities who would potentially have a lower value of their home. And I want to explain how the AMI ties into the deed restriction here. The sale of a CCDC deed restricted property would coincide with the AMI as it changes. We have a first right of refusal that when we sell to a renter, we would have the opportunity to buy the property back. Now, we wouldn't buy it back at the price we bought it at. We'd buy it back at the same rate that the AMI increases. So you can see the area median income is increased by 100%. Now, that is the 100% AMI, which is $111,000 for a family of 4 here in 2023. It increased 100% since 2014, which means an example home sale property, let's say one purchased for $125,000 back in 2014, would also increase at the same rate in tandem. As far as some of the communities listed in this post, members of the CCDC board met with the Marshside HOA board members last week, as you've heard tonight,
and we would continue to seek and look forward to speaking to other communities to coordinate opportunities and address concerns. Warrantability is an issue on our radar, thanks to Mayor Perry and Councilman Brown, who brought it up over the past couple of weeks, and we will certainly be ready to incorporate our assessment of warrantability into the future purchases of any community. On the deed restriction, home appraisers have stated that they will assess the sale of any deed restricted units outside of full market rate transactions. Furthermore, they see no concern of these sales or these one-off sales affecting comps and property sale prices. There's not a whole lot of work around this subject, but there is a landmark study from the Urban Institute that was concluded in 2022. Mayor David Bennett, former Mayor Bennett, had actually told me about this about a year ago, and it essentially concluded in Alexandria, Virginia, that property values were not associated with any increase or decrease of significant value based on affordable housing in the area. The deed restriction topic also came up in this piece of communication, which cited the one effort that Hilton Head had to put a deed restriction in place for affordability was then repealed because qualified buyers had difficulty either securing financing from lenders or paying a high percentage of down payment. I was aware of this since we started talking about housing in 2017, as former council members explained that the summer house example was actually repealed because speculators in the 2007 housing bubble were unaware of the restrictions when they purchased the units. They then stormed town council, forced a vote, and had those deed restrictions repealed. We heard about business licenses. We've come across the myth that the dramatic increase from 2021 to 2022 is proof that businesses are not deterred by workforce shortages. Upon further looking, the short-term rentals began requiring a purchase of a business license in that time frame, which is what led to the increase. It was the result of a state legislation effort that standardized the implementation of business license applications. And it turns out when you adjust for short-term rentals, 6,446 units were actually, or 6,446 licenses were issued in 2022, so a decrease of 731. You can see on the top of the screen here, one of the concerns that has been voiced about our effort is that 70% of units would be allocated to workers making $89,000 to $133,000. The fact is that 70% of the units will be allocated to households earning, not workers. So we continue to get these two items confused. This is not someone making $89,000, it's a household making $89,000. So I think a more accurate way to report that would look like this. But 70% of our units would be dedicated towards salaries between $44,000 and $68,000 in a two-income household. This piece also points out no detail for unincorporated Beaufort County areas. The fact is we do have a $600,000 grant, which has been approved by Beaufort County Council and administered through the Beaufort County Jasper Housing Trust, and we have begun the altruistic capital raise off island to continue to grow out there as well. I'm almost done, Mayor. Over the last few days, it looks like a few more data points have been circulated, which I'd like to address. As you can see, the model that went up on the screen you have in your packets does actually have a vacancy rate incorporated into it. That was pointed out as not being in existence. This idea around utility costs continues to come up. The fact is our model doesn't address utility costs because utilities are paid by renters. Our rents that you see in our projected rents have to be after utilities are paid by renters. So they're below the level after utilities, so they are affordable. It was pointed out that there was no closing costs, but you will see in the model that the mortgage cost, the loan closing costs were incorporated. Happy to report that so far the realtor donations from our closings have covered any closing cost in between that. It was pointed out that there was no CCDC personnel to oversee compliance and reporting in that. We have that separate to our administrative budget. The model that you see is strictly for owning and managing the properties there. We continue to hear the home ownership on Hilton Head is a less expensive proposition than the CCDC rental proposition. But those numbers that you've seen in your emails assume a 40% down payment. So they cite a $209,000 house that's purchased with an $83,000 down payment. I don't see that working families or first-time home buyers traditionally spending 40% down. Earlier, we heard a public comment that the revolving door of renters is already spinning. Referencing one of our renters was a blatant lie. That renter is still renting the same as she was. I don't know how that even entered the topic. Non-monetary benefit. That was an interesting one. We have a law firm, a very well-paid law firm that helped review and approve all of the priorities which we listed. I didn't invite them because they'd be charging me by the hour and we'd all be out of money at this point. But I will obviously circle back with them immediately to ensure that they didn't overlook something in that bill that we paid. This example of an $80,000 a year ultrasound technician was not made up. It was an actual example from Hilton Head Hospital, someone they couldn't hire that ended up staying in Savannah. And then lastly, the surge preference is false. Surge has not donated money to deserve a preference. I hope that they would as a restaurant group, but we have not to this date. So at this point, there's no preference for Surge, and the only time that's going into this is the efforts of our Surge personnel, but that's the extent of it. We are now at the point of deciding if the town is prepared to partner with the CCDC, and I circle back to community. We have circled the wagons with resident support and donations, business support financially, but yes, in time as well, and leadership. We have elicited government support from Senator Tom Davis and both Beach F.A.R County Council members, Larry McEwen and Tom Reitz. We have gotten support from both Hilton Head Town Council levels and committee levels and enjoy similar support in Bluffton and Hardyville. And we need many solutions to solve this issue. The story that you see on the screen cites a local chef and his girlfriend, a native islander, David Young, who had to move to Bluffton because his $1,500 a month condo moved to the short-term rental market. And I only hope that for our community, the next headline might read something like, we have an opportunity and a solution to work together to tackle this matter.
All right. Thank you, Alan.
Take it away with questions.
All right. Questions from council?
Since no one else is raising their hand, I will jump in. Welcome, Alan. I'm assuming I get
thumbs
up from you. Okay, good. And I have questions throughout the document that I want to be able to address later, but in terms of your presentation, Alan, you didn't address Mr. Arundel's concern with regard to the 501c3 requirements. I'm assuming you're aware of them.
That's what I point out with our law firm, who we paid to review the priorities, which includes the one for businesses who make a substantial donation or an unsecured promissory note capital fund. So our lawyers have seen it. It was not raised. I'll be happy to go back with it. But again, I was unaware of it, and we'll be happy to work through it.
Thank you. Well, to that, I will add that I certainly would not think that a preference list based on contributors is an appropriate way to use town funds. This is, after all, as it's been correctly pointed out, taxpayer subsidized housing. And to have preferential treatment to any particular organization seems to be in conflict. And I will raise this question again, and thus the reason all of this they've heard, why I made the motions earlier. It's my humble opinion that this is not ready for prime time. The most significant element as to whether or not your 501(c)(3) can establish a preferential treatment has to be revisited. I think as we go through the questions, you'll probably conclude that there are a number of those questions that need to be revisited, reworked, thought through, and better answers provided. These are taxpayer funds. No matter from which funding source they come from, they are taxpayer funds. And we have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that we're applying them appropriately.
Could I respond quickly to that?
You may
Council?
respond to all you would
Thank
like. Thank you.
I would simply point out we have had the same material presented since last year when we first came with our first request in May, and we came to F&A in August. So It is disheartening that we've made it this long before something like that would be identified. I wish Mr. Arundel was on retainer for one of us prior, if that's going to be a consideration, because we've all had a look at this. And I reached out to council members in June to explain these exact priorities as well as the whole program of last year, June of 2023. And it wasn't raised at that point. So to be here at the last hour on what I believe is a plank standing over salty water, it's sad to see that that would come up now, but happy to address it.
Right. Well, for that one, that's a basic fundamental requirement of 501(c), and so it would have been assumed that that was taken care of. It's just come to my attention within the last day that that is a significant issue. So there's that. Another significant issue, and it's been mentioned by folks who made comments earlier, has to do with our own affiliated agency. I'll wait for council members to, because I think that they might be interested. Our own affiliated agency requirements for the application. Mayor, I just find it inappropriate. Thank you. Our own affiliated agency application, which members of this council worked on to put into place so that we had a regular set of criteria by which folks who were interested in coming to the town and working with us could all adhere to. A requirement is that there are 2 years of financials that are provided. CCDC doesn't have that. And so you can't qualify as an affiliated agency. It's that simple. When I've asked the question as to, well, what do you do about that? The answer that I've received is unacceptable, that those financials are used to vet the application itself. It's a cross-reference. Well, if we don't have them to vet and use as a cross-reference, then I don't think that we can stand in front of our constituents and say that we've been fiduciarily responsible with their money. And so that is in of itself, it's a problem. It goes hand in hand. I know you want to respond to that, but let me just put this together with it because it probably will also elicit a response. Act 57, which allows for these housing activities to take place with ATAX monies, have a specific set of criteria that our ATAX committee is familiar with, that they apply to every other application for funding that comes through them. The TURC requirements, right? The tax revenue, expense revenue criteria. I believe it's number 3 or 4, of which says that a application cannot be speculative in nature, or at least it has to be evaluated for its speculative nature if it were to be granted funds. And while I've heard that Act 57 is really silent on whether or not those TURC requirements also apply to Act 57, I think they do. I think that it's all part of the same. And just because it's silent on it doesn't mean we ignore it and possibly find ourselves in hot water down the road. So I know you had a response.
I don't know any of what you just said on that second part. That's way over my head. I'm sure the council members would get to it. I was concerned or questioning, what's the intent of the audit for 2 years? Is it to identify any financial wrongdoing? Because we have no history of 2 years, which means there's just a bunch of zeros. So it's very easy to look at the fact that there's no wrongdoing, or is the intent more to sort out the financial stability?
It's to establish, in my opinion, to go along with the TURC, and while I wanted to combine that comment together, to set forth the speculative nature and whether or not the newness had potential for success or failure. We have to be charged for that, because if we were to look at some of the issues in the MOU, when you talk about a clawback and what would happen if there was a default, and there was no other organization that were to come in and take over, then it would become the town's responsibility to take over those that product that you have in your inventory.
In the event of a default, the covenant would be the covenant would fall off and the unit would sell in the open market at regular market value. That's the bank's restriction, and it's a requirement of pretty much all the housing work that we've seen in other communities as well. So just to address that piece.
No, I do appreciate that, and I love hearing that. You have that to tell us, but that's not indicated in the MOU. What's indicated in the MOU is simply that if there was a default, if another provider, similar provider, wasn't available to step in and take over, that the town would step in and take over. And I still hold that we are not in the business of housing, with a housing department, and therefore that puts us in a precarious situation. How do we claw back our monies at that point? And it looks like Josh may have some answers for this.
Councilwoman Becker. So what is in the agreement gives the town a right to try and recoup the money, but does not create an interest in the property itself. So as Mr. Wolf has indicated, it is not a lien on the property. It is subject to any kind of outstanding mortgages that may be taken. And if they pursue bankruptcy, that would terminate any kind of restrictions, because the bank does not sell property that's restricted. It becomes unrestricted. But that assumes that it goes through that process. Under existing South Carolina law with regards to nonprofit entities, if an organization is going to cease to offer charitable services, they're required to take their assets and transfer them to another similarly situated organization, with the intent being that a successor organization could continue the charitable purpose for which the donations and or property were provided in the first place. And if that is not possible, what the agreement provides for is an opportunity and a right, if the town wants to assert ownership or control over it at that time, but it is not an obligation. It is something that we can permissively choose to do.
And if we were to choose that after all of the other options had been exhausted, then you see why I asked the question. Okay. And I really want to finish, Mr. Wolf, with addressing some of your comments. You made a comment that some of these are being purchased less than market value. The first comments that you made is first on my list of...
Oh, just less than the list price, that's all.
Less than the list price. Okay.
Yep, it's a normal negotiation bill.
I'm confused about if someone were to purchase from you their unit, the covenants remain. Is there a restriction in terms of the equity that they can pull out? I know with Habitat that's the case, right? That there's a certain amount of equity over time that can be extracted, but there's still a...
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Section 8 vouchers you mentioned. So is it my understanding a Section 8 voucher to add to the household income?
To the extent required by law, of course, as every, property owner here, investment property owner would have to do the same, as far as I understand. Absolutely.
So therefore, Section 8
So
vouchers,
everyone.
which there was a denial that this is part of a Section 8 program. So
That's just fair housing. Everybody has to do that in this whole room if they own a unit. That's not particular to our program.
But
That's
it
fair.
may not be particular to your program, but it is part of the program. So I just want to make sure that we're
Island living.
We're clear on that. With regard to the chamber statistics, while the chamber does a resident survey, I made the same comment to them that I'll make to you. Questions in a survey are often asked to give you the leading answers, leading you to the answers that they hope to garner. And certainly there is a mutual benefit to seeing the responses that you put up there by both the chamber and CCDC. And Mayor, I don't want to belabor a lot of this because I do have other questions when we get to discussion among council, but I do find it very, very difficult to know that had it not been from the public concern that these communities where there's potential for, or has been, in fact, purchases made by CCDC, that they would never know. We have a history on this island of doing things that are non-transparent. We had the 2014 LMO rewrite, which changed the dynamics of many communities. and neighborhoods on this island. We had the situation on Jonesville where there was clear cutting and no one knew what was going on before the major development was going in. And so here we are again with neighborhoods being impacted by transactions that this council is undertaking, which impact investors and impact other homeowners in those neighborhoods. I don't think that we could move forward unless this council commits prior to approval that every one of the communities that are listed in phase 1 details or any other neighborhoods in this on this island that are vulnerable to having rent-controlled, taxpayer-subsidized housing as part of their community are notified. It is absolutely the only answer to be as transparent as possible with those neighborhoods. So you mentioned one thing with regard to 120 to 150, and that was outside of the MOU that we're looking at tonight. Tell me a little bit how those get funded.
If we find a unit that is going to be, that we can make part of our model, that still makes the rents work for a segment of our working population somewhere in Beaufort or Jasper County, we wanted to have that headroom to go up to 150%.
Can you tell me also, with regard to, I see how you have listed out all the expenses in the document, which aren't numbered, so I can't refer to it, but it's this document. I don't see where there's an expense listed for special assessments. I don't see where there is a cost that correlates to taxes when it does become 120 to 150.
There's no taxes in those ones.
So none,
They're
even up
capped
to
at
150.
120. Those are only up to 120%. So they would be eligible for the property tax payment.
Nothing within your packet here tonight has anything to do with 100 to 120 to 150%
Nothing.
of AMI. Well, still, with under that threshold of 120, I see nothing that is outlined to put aside monies for special assessments. Moreover, I see some basis of 100% rental on an ongoing basis. But in your documents, you mentioned that there's a 60-day, nothing should stay unrented for more than 60 days. So what is the model is actually based on? Is it based on with that provision that there's 60-day opportunities for 60-day where there's no income coming into you?
Yeah, the model that you're looking at is not the one that was provided for today's package, which shows a vacancy rate and a loss and expense.
I'm sorry, this one isn't for
No,
today's package?
that's one of the ones probably from August, prior to us getting that information to incorporate it.
Right, and therein lies another problem because this in fact came from the packet that we received today as part of our discussion materials. So I don't know how many different CCDC packages have been presented, but I don't think we can make a decision if we don't have the most current and accurate one available that's been put together by the board. So
I could put it back up on the screen, the live one, if that helps, but I understood your point.
I'm sorry, there's feedback and I did not hear.
Would you like me to put that live model back up on the screen that shows that vacancy rate?
I don't think that this time, because I think your point is that if that's what was in our packet today, it should have been the current one, and going back through that now, I'm not sure it would be as helpful.
So I'm just going to reiterate before I leave this, Ellen and Mayor, and wait for an opportunity for council discussion and debate, that the reason I made the motion I did is because there are too many questions, there's too many unknowns, there's a lack of transparency to the residents and the community on this island. There's an issue with your 501(c) and how it will perform, and I could make further list, and this is not ready for prime time.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Wolf from council?
I think I read that this is, the $600,000 would be a drawdown, correct, okay. So what do you, in broad terms, what's a down payment? Because you're using this money only for down payment. What order of magnitude, 50,000 or What,
On any one unit,
yeah, I mean, what's,
40 to 50% down payment is what we
I know,
have
but
modeled.
what would you, at this moment, in terms of actual dollars, what would that amount be as a general rule? I'm just,
50,000.
okay, 50. So that's, what, 6 units?
13.
Sorry, 50,000 of the town
Yeah,
matched with
yeah,
50,000 of
yeah.
altruistic,
It
right?
comes out at $46,000 per unit at a 20% on average.
What I'm getting at, that what would your absorption rate on that takedown be? I'm driving to a point here. Have any
Absorption
idea
rate.
how many units you expect to absorb over 12 months or?
We expect we would not be able to handle more than 1 a week or 52 a year, obviously. That's kind of the max of the number.
Okay, well, that doesn't help me because you've got a big number there. Where I was headed with the drawdown was if you're drawing down at a slower rate, then we, the council, would be able to ascertain over time that issue of money that we normally expect for 2 years. That's
Now I understand the question. A minimum of 12 weeks, a max of, I would say, 24 weeks.
Thank you. That answers the question, but not the way I thought it would.
Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Wolf, being that your model does incorporate the opportunity for home ownership, and obviously that is very important to all of us in this community. However, in most cases, you do have to rent before you own. And as I understand, you have sort of run across FHA lending, other lending that may be jeopardized based on the criteria or qualifications where a complex would have to maintain a certain ratio of owner occupied. And as I understand, you are proposing, doing your due diligence to handle that. Would you be opposed to including verbiage in the MOU to address that? No, not at all. Thank you.
Ms. Bryson? No?
Nothing from Mr. Wolf. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Stanford, anything from Mr. Wolf?
Thank you. I think the questions have been thorough and answered, and I'm ready to move forward.
Okay.
There was one other point that was in your presentation, that the workforce, I'm sorry, you probably met Steve, and I'm jumped in. My apologies, Steve.
No, he meant you.
Did you? Oh, well, there you go. Okay.
We're different.
I know, yes, we are. In fact, we are. Regional workforce. There was one of your first slides. In fact, I think it was the first slide, that this housing is for regional workforce. And what
Our mission, our mission is to serve the regional workforce. Everything we've talked about tonight is Hilton Head specific.
Okay. So how are we assured that the everything we've talked about tonight, everything that's within the MOU, everything that you guys have put together, understanding the effort and the concern and the heartfelt desire to make a difference, getting all of that, how are we assured that the dollars are only spent here on Hilton Head?
Our MOU points out that they must be used only for units on Hilton Head Island.
Right, but there's a question that was raised during one of the committee meetings when you came forward, and the topic of fungible funds came up. That wasn't answered very well.
Fungible, I'm sorry.
That money can be put in one account and moved around and used in a variety of different ways, in different places. So, okay, I'll let it go.
Appalled, but I have no response for it.
Josh, answer that.
Is there an answer, Josh?
I don't know if that's even going to answer the question.
So the agreement provides for payment on a drawdown basis, which means they submit the information up front demonstrating compliance with the program. Only after a review and approval of that documentation do we issue payment. And then there's also an annual reporting requirement to demonstrate and show how that money was spent. So money is fungible to some extent, but in this case, it's going to be tracked from beginning through end per the terms of the MOU.
I have some questions about that specifically when we get there. Thank you, Alan. I do know that you guys are working hard. I do know that the effort that you have put in across the board on trying to find solutions is well-intentioned.
Thank you.
I just do not think that this program is ready.
Thank you.
Mr. Alfred, any comments? Any questions for him?
I have no questions. I do have comments.
Okay, all right. If there are no more questions for Mr. Wolf, then
The witness?
you can relax your. We've already gone through the public comment. So now we're back to the dais. So, questions, comments from council? Mr. Alfred.
First of all, I want to thank the people who have made comments to us here today and previously over the last few months. They are helpful in my mind in sorting through the issues, and I think they've been very helpful to the CCDC people in pointing out areas that may need further attention. So I'm appreciative of that. Let me mention just a couple of points. Ms. Becker has raised the question of whether this really is a 501c3 organization.
That's not what I said.
Pardon?
That's not what I said. They in fact have their designation as a, that's not my concern.
I believe that I urge the CCDC people to consult their legal counsel. I believe the comment made earlier is about preference for donors is not correct. I think the language of the Internal Revenue Code says no portion of the net profits shall inure to any private benefit interest. I think we all see situations in which donors receive benefit for what they do. And most charitable organizations of one kind or another frequently offer something in return for a contribution. That's a different question. So I encourage you to pursue that, but I don't think there's a tax problem here. Number two, it is difficult for all of us that there is no history behind this organization. And that makes everybody uncomfortable to an extent. But if in fact we had to require that every organization have a history, then we'd never try anything new. This is a challenging and complicated problem. We would like the private sector to be able to solve it on its own, but it's very clear that that is not possible. There needs to be a variety of efforts to deal with this problem. CCDC has come along with an idea that is new and different. We can't dismiss it solely because it's new and different. The role of the council, in my mind, is very similar to the role of a CEO of any business organization. And they make decisions about new plant offerings, openings, acquisitions, or whatever else. Top management of a business corporation has to decide what level of risk they are going to undertake when they have been presented in less than the full facts. In many situations where those decisions are made, they don't have all the facts because they can't gather them all at that particular point. So in the business world, the management makes decisions based on evaluation of the risk and what level of risk they are willing to take. In the municipality here, that decision belongs to council. So we have to make a decision based on how much risk we are willing to undertake on a new project.
All right, thank you. Other comments? Bryson?
Sure. First of all, I agree with Mr. Alfred and thank everyone for their comments and emails, et cetera. I did mention before, and I'll mention again, that our Finance Administrative Committee has considered this and the other proposals tonight. And this one, they had 3 meetings. And they grilled them and drilled down on every line in this MOU. And I thank the Finance Administrative Committee for their hard work in looking at that. They also had public comments during those meetings. I'm not a member of that committee. I either attended those meetings or online. So in looking at it, it's already been pointed out, it's a drawdown basis. So CCDC has to prove that they're using it based on the requirements before they get any money. Second, I just noticed the termination provision. So there is a right to terminate the MOU if either party's in default and the defaulting party fails to cure or correct within 14 days of notice. Now that's a short time period to cure or to cure any default. So that's to our benefit. Additionally, either of the parties may elect to terminate for convenience, which means without cause. So it's pretty strict. So notwithstanding lack of lengthy history, there's some pretty tight controls there. And I think that the Finance Administrative Committee should be commended for looking at it from that point of view. Secondly, with regard to workforce housing, I've said it before, I'll say it again, there's lots of different ways that need to be used to address workforce housing. No one thing is going to do it. And we have to, I agree with Mr. Alfred, there are going to be some new kind of proposals that come to us, and we have to carefully consider those. And I think we have in this case and in other cases. I appreciate concerns of communities about buying units within their community, but I also feel like that those communities would be concerned about investors coming in and buying up for short-term rentals. And as been pointed out in our housing impact analysis and in our recent conditions and trends assessment, there is a weight that's been put on a lot of our residential communities by a number of short-term rentals. So this does create long-term housing as opposed to short-term rentals. So I think that's to be commended as well. The 99-year term, I think that I'm glad there are leaders who will support that. But I'm glad to see that there's a strong commitment to workforce housing in this proposal and to it being long-term. I also appreciate the equity ability of those who are renting to be able to use a portion of their annual rental income or annual rental payments to use towards purchase of those units. That's to be commended as well. So I see a lot of positives, and I am, along with Mr. Alfred, willing to take this risk. I don't think it's a high risk. I am a fiscal conservative. I've looked at this very carefully. I don't pretend to understand all financial models in the world, but I do understand the principle of making sure that you use your money for the best purpose. And the other fact is that there are folks in this community who have stepped up already and provided donations or commitments to donations for this purpose. And our community members who've done that and stand ready to do that are also to be commended. And today it was mentioned that one individual has given $500,000 towards this effort. Whoever that is, thank you. And I thank all of those who are willing to step up to the plate and do something and actually have done something about workforce housing, because there is a track record of having done something. And we're looking at that as well. And for that reason, I am glad to support this MOU.
Thank you. Any other comments from council?
Sure. And I know that it's getting late, but where does the model, where in Where does the grant assumed to be $600,000 per year for the next 5 years? Where does that $600,000 amount fit into your model, your financial model?
It's a one-time request of $600,000. Mayor Perry asked me at some point over the last 6 months, are you coming back for more? What's your expectation? The answer was only if we're successful. And if we're not, we fall on a base. There's no commitment beyond that first $600,000.
Understand that. There's also a look back to last year's budget, which is problematic. But it's a year, it would be regardless, right? We're not guaranteeing, it's an affiliated agency application that's required every year.
There's no guarantee.
There's no guarantee.
No.
So that's my question. If you weren't to receive $600,000, if you were to receive $200,000, how does that fit into your financial model working?
$200,000 would likely be not a 12-unit purchase model, but a 4-unit purchase model, or whatever the math is, it would be proportionate.
So it would only reduce the number of homes you would take off of the market for anyone else to buy.
Or force us to lean heavier on altruistic capital, bank loans, other sources of funding.
Right, and so one of the questions that didn't get answered before, if you answered me, I can't remember that I wrote down the answer, so I'm sorry. Where do those altruistic investors get their 3%? And I read it was on an annual basis, so.
It's an annual return. It's an unsecured promissory note, so it's a debt instrument. And it comes from the revenues minus the expenses, leaves cash to pay the bank mortgage and cash to pay a 3% return annually, a below market return for those altruistic capital funds.
So you made a comment about 40% down payments, people having to make 40% down payment. Where is that?
That was one of the myths that has been circulating, that it's cheaper to buy a home than to rent from the CCDC. And they used a 40% down payment figure in their math.
As we've heard from the folks over in, I think, Marshside, that they have worked, and maybe it was the other community, that they've worked really hard to position themselves, was your community, yes, position, Woodlake, to position themselves where they can, their interested purchasing folks are able to get 2% and 3% interest rates, which, if you were to do the math, allows for hardworking people to do exactly what we all work hard to do, which is to provide for ourselves and not look for government handouts or subsidies to achieve the American dream. So that's an opportunity that will be lost by the fact that if you were to have $600,000 and purchase a greater number of homes, those homes being taken off the market, and we don't produce those homes here on Hilton Head really very much anymore, anywhere. So it becomes problematic for those people who are working hard every day, like Caitlin, if she's still here, wishing that she did. And in the amount of 15 years, having just graduated college, working really hard and putting, the effort in, was able to purchase her own home. I think that story is the American dream. For doing that. So those are some of those specific questions that I had. If throughout the document, guys, it says things, thank you, Alan. It says things like the town, can make assessments. And again, I'll ask the same question. Who from the town and under what direction, et cetera, does it lie on Mark's shoulders, on your shoulders, on a combination of shoulders? Does council ever see it? Do we get to approve it? Or are we kept out of the loop of what happens next?
Restate your question for me, that way I make sure I cover all aspects of it.
Throughout the document where there are places where it says, this, that, or the other thing, without being specific, can come back for approval, town approval. How does that happen? Mechanism. Who's involved?
So if it references town approval, typically that's with regards to modifications to the language of this document That is town council. So you are the party that is approving this document, which means that any amendments to that document need to be made with your same consent and approval as well. So changes to the area median income, changes to other program elements, those would have to come back via an amendment in order to become part of this document.
Thank you for the answer. Well, Alan, you made a comment that 65% of wealth is built on home ownership. Don't lose sight of that as you're making your decisions to vote on home ownership and that wealth attainment versus taxpayer subsidized housing. Don't lose sight of the fact that we're not talking about necessarily families, no matter how you, families in the traditional sense of blood, marriage, extended family, adoption, even and those types of things, but rather heartbeats. And I know, Alan, when we met once, you mentioned to me in a 2-bedroom unit that I believe y'all purchased December 28th of 2023, thereabouts, that it was a 2-bedroom in good shape and you were looking to put it out and you were advertising it for $2,200 a month, if I remember the conversation correctly, and I think I did. And I asked you, because we met sometime 17 days later, 16, 17 days later after that purchase. And I asked you, how long did it take you to fill that with all of the lines of people who were waiting to come in? And it hadn't yet been filled. 17 days later. And I asked you where all of the people were who were sleeping on couches and rest, and you were having trouble finding them, that they might be over on the other side of the bridge somewhere. This is a problem that is looking for something of a solution if that's the case. If that's the case, and that would be 4 heartbeats that you were looking for to fill that space that couldn't be found in a quick manner. So I'm concerned about that. I'm also concerned about at that same meeting, I believe I showed you a listing for a similarly positioned 2-bedroom villa that was being rented privately, and that rent was $1,800. So I'm not sure how CCDC's model and projected rents, et cetera, really serves the community well if someone off the streets can go into any privately rented villa, similarly positioned, well-kept, et cetera, and rent it for less money than CCDC would be renting it. There are other concerns with regard to it's a 1 year, you have to, when you're applying, show your contract, as it were, to of employment here on the island, and then it's a year later before that has to be recertified. Does the town receive an affidavit indicating, like we do over at, what's it called, over off of Gardner Drive, Aquaterra? What's the mechanism to feed back to us? I don't see all of those specifics here. And when anyone who knows me knows that I want specifics and details. I don't want these loose ends hanging out there and then it's decided on sometime later and it wasn't part of our consideration.
Ms. Macker, I'm going to ask if we can move forward.
I'm fine. I think I've made my point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm going to look at it through a little different lens. I've had lots of conversations with folks from CCDC to understand the ins and the outs. And I've been very, very honest with Mr. Wolf and others about where I see issues and the problems that I see. Mr. Brown brought up warrantability earlier, and to kind of explain that in general terms, condos have associations, and there is something called warrantability versus non-warrantability. And there are a lot of different elements that go into a project being warrantable. And if you want to have financing from FHA, VA, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, or PennyMac, you've got to be a warrantable condo association. A couple of the caveats that are in there, one is you've got to have a good reserve fund. Two, you've got to have everybody paying on time. Three, you've got to have a percentage that's acceptable of primary homes, second homes, and investment properties. And what we're talking about today is an investment property. If any of those get out of whack, then your FHA, VA, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac financing is gone. That's a problem. What are we creating without the controls in the MOU to make certain that that doesn't happen? That's an issue that I have. It's the unintended consequence. So that's a real issue. And as it was stated earlier, it took 3 years for Woodlake to be approved for FHA financing. There are only, I think, 2 properties on Hilton Head that are. Yes, majority of properties are non-warrantable, which comes with a higher interest rate, which comes with a larger down payment, comes with underwriting that's more critical. So for somebody that is looking to purchase a home that can't afford the 3.5% down or even 100% financing if they get funding from South Carolina Housing, it's not going to happen because it's non-warrantable. That's a concern because we talk about building wealth. We talk about building and making certain that our communities are protected. This has the opportunity not to protect our community. Some other concerns that I have, I would like to see that our 20% or $46,000 on average per unit goes to more than 1 unit. We talk about $600,000 and we talk about 12, 13 units. I think that money should go further. I think the altruistic investors should have a bigger stake in the game than we should. It's early and it's new, and I know that you're trying to get it up and running, but from the standpoint of, well, I'll go back to my days at United Way. I was the panel chair for funding for hunger. We turned groups down that were doing great things because they were so new. History wasn't there. Again, being physically responsible for those funds. We need a toolbox that works for housing. And there are questions that I have with this MOU as it states right now. And what has been brought to us this evening, the questions about the 501c3 aspect and how that works, and is it meeting those requirements? I can't vote yes to move it forward because I don't have this new answers to this stuff, to these questions. So I'm concerned about that. And that's my input, and I'm just trying to be completely transparent with everybody as to what I'm thinking and what my history is and what my conversations with the group has been. We've had great conversations, and man, have they put the work in, and I applaud them for everything that they have done.
Mayor, I have a motion that I can make that includes a couple of amendments that touch on what you just said. May I read the motion?
Yes.
Okay. Move council adopt a resolution authorizing the execution of a memorandum of understanding with the Coastal Community Development Corporation to support workforce housing with the addition of 2 amendments. 1, CCDC will initiate and assure that the purchases within complexes do not jeopardize an association's ability to be eligible for FHA and other funding opportunities. And second, CCDC is in compliance with federal tax laws related to 501c3 organizations.
Is there a second on that?
Second.
Discussion.
What happens to the transparency? There are only 2 communities here that are listed on these that are targets of purchase by CCDC that have been notified sufficiently to feel that they could, or maybe they don't know at all, can come forward to explain to us why it is that their community is not interested in participating. The transparency of this council, the fiduciary responsibility, the holding to our own rules and regulations with regard to a affiliated agency are being violated.
Other comments, Mr. Offord.
Mr. Wolf, do you have any comments or responses to the 2 amendments to the, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from council? Being none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. All those opposed, please signify by raising your right hand. So that is 5-2. Motion carries. So with that being said, it's been a long evening. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back in 6:55. session back to order. And let's see, next up, have the consideration of proposed amendment to the 2021 Community Development Block Grant CDBG Annual Action Plan to include land acquisition cost as an eligible activity to be funded with the 2021 Community Development Block Grant allocation. Marcy Benson.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Marcy Benson, Senior Grants Administrator for the town. And before you tonight is a staff request for council to support advancing a substantial amendment to the 2021 Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan that would include using land acquisition costs as an eligible activity under the HUD program for the Patterson Park project. So I'll be happy to answer any questions council members might have.
Okay. Any public comments regarding this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. We have a motion.
Okay. Move the council approves the proposed amendment to the 2021 Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan to include land acquisition costs as an eligible activity to be funded with the 2021 Community Development Block Grant allocation.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Alfred. Any discussion? Seeing none, please read. Okay, all right.
With whom we've had a long relationship, somebody.
Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. It is 7-0.
Thank you.
Finally, we have the consideration of an ordinance to amend Title 16 of the Municipal Code of the Town of Hilton Head Island, the Land Management Ordinance to amend floor area requirements within the Forest Beach Neighborhood Character Overlay District. On January 11th, 2024, the Public Planning Committee discussed amendments to the Land Management Ordinance related to parking, FAR, mass, and scale. Single-family dwellings. Concluding discussion, the Public Planning Committee voted 4-0 to amend Section 16-3-106.H.4.D for the Forest Beach Neighborhood Character Overlay District to reduce the FAR from 0.55 to 0.45 to address single-family development mass and scale.
Back for the record, save the best for last. Right now, tonight, we have first reading of an ordinance to amend the land management ordinance to amend the floor area ratio requirements in the Forest Beach Neighborhood Character Overlay District. For you today is to consider the proposed amendments of this amendment. And the amendment simply is an adjustment to the existing floor area ratio requirement within the Forest Beach Neighborhood Character Overlay District from 0.55, which is the floor area ratio today, to a proposed 0.45 floor area ratio. The map of the existing Forest Beach Character Overlay District. You can see that it's made up of a number of subdivisions that are outlined here on the map. The LMO provides a purpose to guide the development and use of property in accordance with the town's comp plan. It also allows for procedures and development standards. It allows for the prevention of overcrowding of land and avoidance of undue concentration of population by creating zoning districts consistent with the character of desired development form for each area of the town and each area's suitability for particular development and uses, and also further regulates areas and dimensions to be occupied by buildings and structures. The purpose of the code also identifies a number of other characteristics, but to ensure orderly development, protection of our designated corridors, natural historic areas, scenic areas, and general aesthetics, and appropriate regulations related to maintenance and quality of those aesthetics and standards, among other things. The Forest Beach Neighborhood Character Overlay District purpose is to protect the single-family residential character of the district and, in particular, the development and redevelopment of lots within the district. The overlay district was created in April of 2021, and when it was created, it established a floor area ratio of 0.65. The overlay district was new in 2021, and there was no floor area ratio previous to that. The overlay district was amended considerably in 2003. And at that time, it was noted in the staff report at the time that since the adoption of the overlay in 2001, there was little to no effect on reducing the size of redevelopment in the area. The size of homes being constructed dominated the existing homes, even though they met the size and height restrictions. And in most all cases, the structures being constructed were using the entire buildable area, leaving only the 5-foot side and rear yard setbacks and 20-foot street side setback. And whatever space remained on the lot simply was not enough space to preserve the trees or control the drainage. So in 2003, the overlay amendment took place. It includes the requirements that are listed here, increasing the setback and buffers, requiring buffer landscaping, limiting the impervious surface, reducing the floor area ratio from 0.65 to 0.55, adding a minimum lot size, and some parking requirements, as well as revising their definition. The overlay district was subsequently amended in 2016 and 2017. And the current regulations that are on the books today for the overlay district include setbacks and buffers, impervious coverage requirements, a lot of those that were part of the 2003 amendment, as well as the current floor area ratio, which listed is here, which is 0.55, and there's a maximum home size of 5,000 square feet. The floor area ratio is defined above as the gross floor area shall include covered porches and all enclosed space with a ceiling height of 7 feet or greater, with 3 exceptions: the areas beneath the structure that are utilized for parking and storage, and all such areas must be vented. And then the first 600 square feet of covered porches and attic spaces as defined by the International Building Code are exempt. The current requirements also require minimum lot size and width and parking requirements. So as you are aware, we began a code amendment assessment in January of 2023. Following that assessment, we created an LMO amendments plan, which we have been working on with council for many months. We had drafted some code amendments. They were formerly known as 4A, and those had been under review and consideration since July of 2023. And then most recently in January at the Public Planning Committee meeting, there was a discussion to the land management ordinance related to parking, floor area ratio, mass and scale. And upon conclusion of that discussion, there was a vote 4-0 to amend the Forest Beach Neighborhood Character Overlay District's FAR from 0.55 to 0.45. So again, the purpose of this amendment is to regulate the volume and bulk of homes more effectively on the lot within the Forest Beach neighborhood. And the remainder of the staff analysis covers some analysis of the existing floor area ratio, lot size, and home size within the Forest Beach Neighborhood Character Overlay District. Again, we covered what the current regulations and definition of floor area ratio is today. And again, the amendment before us today is a proposal to reduce the floor area ratio from 0.55 to 0.45. The other 2 existing overlay districts on the island also have a floor area ratio of 0.55. So if it were to be reduced to 0.45, then that would be consistent with the other 2 existing overlay districts.
I think you said that Folly and Holidays were 0.55, they're 0.45.
They're currently 0.45, that it's consistent with the existing, yes. So we do have a process for nonconformities. We will identify how many existing legal nonconformities there are within the Forest Beach neighborhood and how many may be created. And non-conforming structures can redevelop if they meet the requirements within our nonconformities chapter or our disaster recovery chapter. So we do have, again, the floor area ratio in the overlay district was enacted in 2001. We do have 40 existing legal nonconformities in the Forest Beach neighborhood. And if there was a FAR reduction to 0.45, it would create 117 new legal nonconformities. So that means that there would be 157 new legal nonconforming structures, or 25% of the total parcels within the district. There are 612 parcels within the Forest Beach neighborhood total. Also looked at the average home size, the average lot size, and the average FAR among a number of time periods on the next three charts. And of the 612 parcels, about 445 homes, or 72%, were built before 2001, so before the overlay was created. And some of those older homes are smaller and are probably ripe for redevelopment. This chart shows the average home size. You can see that it ranges here from 2,380 is the average in 2000 and prior, up to 3,802 between the 2001 and 2003 years with the amendment. And then 4,449, and then it's actually reducing in size to 3,924. Overall, within the district, the smallest home is 690 square feet, and the largest home is 7,469 square feet within the. The average lot size, they're all fairly similar in shape and size overall, so the averages are fairly similar. The average lot size over time is largely between 10,000 square feet, drops to around 9,600, 9,500 from 2000 to 2010. But the average lot size is relatively stable. The smallest lot in Forest Beach neighborhood is 6,500 square feet, and the largest lot is the larger size of 30,000 square feet. And then the floor area ratio over time has fluctuated. Originally, in the years 2000 and prior, the average floor area ratio is 0.23. Floor area ratio between 2001 and 2010 is 0.47. And then the average floor area ratio between 2011 to 2017 is 0.41. And then in recent years, 2018 to 2023 is 0.39. So overall, the smallest floor area ratio within the neighborhood is 0.06, and then the largest is 0.87 within the Forest Beach overlay district. So text amendments per the code have review standards that may be considered when determining to approve or deny a text amendment. And these standards are for the bodies that are reviewing it to weigh the relevance and consider whether to an extent the proposed text amendment meets our comprehensive plan, are required by changing conditions, addresses a demonstrated community need, and are consistent with the purpose and intent of the zoning districts, would result in a logical and orderly development pattern, and would not result in significant adverse impacts. The proposed amendment would result in a logical and orderly development pattern that's already represented within the community and demonstrates the evolving community needs and preferences. There is a demonstrated community need, as the Forest Beach Property Owners Association supported the proposed reduction in the floor area ratio. Reducing the floor area ratio would also make the district consistent with the other two overlay districts in Hilton Head at 0.45. And also in the comprehensive plan, our plan, there are overlap in ideas and strategies and tactics. And this reduction would be based on the pursuit of excellence goals and environment and sustainability, such as our connected strategies to include appropriate modifications to zoning designations and land use regulations to meet community needs while maintaining island character, as well as opportunities for the environment to interpret future climate or environmental impact on the human footprint and presence on the island. So in summary, the amendment is to reduce the floor area ratio in the Forest Beach Character Overlay District from 0.55 to 0.45. It aims to address concerns regarding single-family development mass and scale. The Public Planning Committee voted 4-0 to support the reduction, and it also aligns with existing floor area ratio requirements in our overlay districts. Planning Commission did support a island-wide floor area ratio within all single-family neighborhoods in July of 2023 as well. For a point of procedure, the amendment itself, when it went to the Planning Commission back in July, the floor area ratio in the neighborhood character overlays was not being changed, and so it was not noticed at that time. So if this was to be approved today, then we would proceed to notice for a public hearing at the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission public hearing could be scheduled on April 17th. And if approved, it could be back for second reading before Town Council in May.
Okay. Public comment. Any public comment? Yes.
Hi, I'm Jocelyn Steiger, Government Affairs Director for the Hilton Head Area Realtors and the Beaufort Jasper County Realtors. I have a question, and I'm well aware of the rules. You can't answer me, but I'm going to throw the question out there so that
This is going to come back up, so maybe
into it.
somebody will repeat the question.
maybe somebody will, I don't know. But, so I live in that area. Let's say you pass those, and I have a 5,000 square foot house, and it gets struck by lightning and it burns. Can I rebuild the 5,000? That's my question. And what does this do to insurance policies when you're trying to insure your home?
We'll have Missy address that when she comes back up.
I appreciate it.
I have another question. If the other FAR restrictions were imposed by the POA, if the POA is in full support of it, why can't it be a POA instead of a town council decision? Again, lowest level of government possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais.
I have a comment, Alan.
Oh, Glenn?
I have a comment from afar.
Okay.
I think it's important to emphasize that the Homeowners Association Board unanimously supports this provision and making this change in the FAR. So it's supported by the people that are affected by it, and that's important to all of us. Thank you. Great job, Misty.
Yeah, make a motion to approve the ordinance to amend Title 16 of the Municipal Code of the Town of Hilton Head Island, the Land Management Ordinance, to amend floor area ratio requirements within the Forest Beach Neighborhood Character Overlay District. And this is a first reading.
Second.
Okay. Missy, if you'll come back up so we can ask questions.
Missy, if I had a 5,000 square foot house, why don't you address that?
Sure. So within our nonconformities, Chapter 16.7, as well as our disaster recovery, Chapter 16.9, there are provisions to provide substitutions for nonconformities, nonconforming sites and structures. And so if those criteria can be met, then yes, you could rebuild. You would have to bring it more into conformance with the code through that process.
Thank you.
When you say code, you mean current building code?
I mean, the land management ordinance.
Okay. All right. So, oh yeah, I'm trying to think of questions to get you to elaborate more on that, because if lightning strikes their house at 5,200 square feet, what can they build?
Well, I mean, I can't answer it definitively, but they would have to build their requirements that it has to be in the same footprint, and that they're bringing the site more into conformance. So they have to lessen some of the non-conforming features. They can't increase any impervious coverage on the site beyond what's allowed. So if it was over the impervious coverage, they would have to reduce that.
Mayor, pardon me. I'm so sorry. Too much pollen in the air. The smokehouse, didn't we have a similar situation when it burned? It wasn't conforming, but it did comply to the footprint. And then they came before the BZA and got a variance on the other exit to the new upstairs part. So that's my recollection.
I think that they retained one wall and there was something a little bit different.
But it was within the same, what I'm saying is it's similar to what you're describing. May not be exactly, but very similar.
Sean Cole, Assistant Manager for the record. That is correct, your account of that. For existing non-conforming sites, you'd be able to build back to your existing square footage, again, provided you don't increase the footprint. There is a provision in there to try to make the site less non-conforming. In states of emergency, I think we're, in the past, we've had, not states of emergency, when there's an existing house that's struck by lightning, we would allow to build back to that square footage, provided there's no increase in the nonconformity of the site. Okay.
Mr. Alfred?
Let me follow up on that a little bit. You referenced what happened with non-conforming uses, but there's another category, and that is a sale. And I think a representative of one of these communities sent an email in saying, I assume everybody's grandfathered and they can keep whatever they had originally, even if they're a non-conforming use. It seems to me that you can sell a non-conforming use to a new buyer, and he will be subject, the new buyer will be subject to the new rules. But if you don't, you've got to permit that an owner of a non-conforming use has got to be able to sell it, which means there cannot be any immediate changes as a result of the sale.
So legal nonconformities transfer with sales, so there would be 157 legal nonconforming structures if this amendment goes through, and those can change hands, and the legal nonconformity runs with the land.
I didn't hear the end.
Legal nonconformity runs with the land.
They don't, one can sell a house that's non-conforming.
Correct. Yeah. Yes.
Another very small matter is the language in the first whereas clause. Got some ordinance and date confusion there, I think. In the very first whereas clause, you've got on April 3, 2001, adopted ordinance 2003. Wrong year.
That was the original.
You can't adopt in 91.
Is
Ordinance.
Is that amending that original ordinance?
No. On April of 2001, adopted ordinances that had a number 2003. It doesn't sound right to me.
If I could, Kim's pulling up the ordinance. I'd like just some clarity, sir. Which clause? Title?
Yeah, the first whereas.
Okay, thank you.
Your question is, how in 2001 can you adopt an ordinance which has a 2003 date?
Correct ordinance.
Oh, okay. So a little bit of crossover from what Missy you said and what Sean you said in terms of rebuilding on the property. Missy you said they'd have to come into conformity. Sean said you could build the same square footage, but you couldn't add to conformity. So I think some clarification needs to be on that.
The way we've treated homes that have been damaged, whether it's been a fire or a storm, provided it isn't more than 50% and is non-conforming from a flood elevation standpoint, if that happens, you have to elevate. That's
if it's 50% or more.
Yeah, and it's actually 49% with changes that happened a couple of years ago. So 49% or more, if it's not, doesn't meet the flood elevation, you have to elevate the site. There's no way around that. The way we've handled non-conforming sites where there's been a fire or some other issue, tree falls through the roof, we've allowed the reestablishment of the existing square footage up there without really modifying the other non-conforming provisions of the site. Missy's absolutely correct, and we do it an awful lot on commercial lots for sure, where someone has they're over density, and we require pervious parking, some additional buffers, some other things to bring the site in conformance, more in conformance with the code. But for single-family residential where there's damage outside of the control of the owner, we've allowed build back at that existing square footage without making significant other site modifications.
One more question. Am I correct that the maximum size, square footage of a house built, no matter how large the lot is 5,000 square feet?
That's a provision in the current adopted overlay district, and we're not making any recommendation to change that with us. We're just changing 0.55 to 0.45, sir. And I can answer the other question that was answered. This isn't a provision that is drafted and enforced by the HOA. This is an overlay district within the town's adopted land management ordinance. So it is basically a overlay a zoning district that overlays the existing entitlements within an area. So it's a town code, not an HOA code.
So basically, they don't have their own ARB to control that?
It is enforced and controlled by the town when we permit development.
Right, but I'm saying that Forest Beach, the owners association, doesn't have an ARB to control the size of homes.
The
understanding that it's going to fall under, as if you go to Seapines, you build a house, Wexford, you build a house,
Sure.
Their ARB controls what the house is, the size, right? What it looks like and everything. So if they don't have that in Forest Beach.
Correct. These are not part of their covenants and restrictions. They're part of a town overlay zoning district rather than what exists in Sea Pines.
The Forest Beach has no ARB within their covenants.
Well, there's a question about that.
Yeah.
There is they have an ARB and we provide them information on development that occurs within their community, but they do not enforce the floor area ratio, the maximum home size, or other provisions that are part of our land management ordinance zoning district or the character overlay. That's adopted by town council and enforced by the town staff.
Right, but a plan that's brought to, as someone who wants to build in Forest Beach, who has a plan, they first take it to their homeowners, to their ARB, and it gets a stamp of approval prior to it coming to the town.
We provide, yes, if there's ARB requirement as part of their covenants and restrictions, we provide it to them because we can't violate those covenants and restrictions. For Forest Beach, we provide it to them for information to get feedback before we make an approval.
So the math, if you are changing the floor area ratio, has anyone done the math? I'm too tired to do it at this point. But done the math with regard to a 5,000 square foot maximum. Can you still build a 5,000 square foot home with a 0.45? Or is there not going to be conflict?
Missy had the lot sizes, like the average lot sizes for Forest Beach in her presentation. She mentioned the largest one is 30,000 square feet. Well, you could certainly put a 5,000 square foot home there.
What about the smallest one?
The smallest lot was 6,000 square feet, which you'd get like 2,800, 2,700 square feet on that lot.
So then when the conflict gets, if you can build a maximum of 5,000 square feet, then you can't because it's regulated by the 0.45. I'm getting to a point eventually,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
but that information is important for me to be able to make it. So
Yeah, it's limited by the floor area ratio or a maximum. So on the 30,000 square foot lot, the floor area ratio will allow you to build
floor area
14,000.
ratio is the primary factor. So
Correct.
just, you can't say, well, I'm entitled to 5,000 square feet, so the 0.45 is irrelevant,
Correct.
right?
That's correct.
I've been told that I was reminded that I talk too much, but sometimes it's important that someone does. And so I'm going to, if everyone else is finished with their
As long as it's on the subject.
It will be on the subject, you better believe it. So floor area ratio and the importance of it to a community was illustrated in the background because the purpose and intent of the land management ordinance really can't be implemented if you don't have those constraints. And we heard earlier comments the beginning of this meeting, about 4.5 hours ago, from someone who believes that the setbacks and the buffers, et cetera, can constrain the size of a home. It doesn't work. If it worked, we wouldn't be in the position that we are now. If it worked, we wouldn't have the lessons learned from Bradley Circle from, 5 years ago, right? Where floor area ratio became an incredibly important and significant request of the residents, and then added on by other communities throughout the town. So floor area ratio is important, and thus the reason we currently have sitting on the table a first reading of a 6-1 vote to approve a 0.45 island-wide. So I hope that's not lost on anyone. The background is pretty important. I have a question about related to, you're gonna say this is part of this, but I think it is. Two elements. I'm gonna save it as not to be outside of the guidelines that I just agreed to, that it would be on this topic. But there are two important factors that need to be brought up, and I'll just mention them. In some communities, the sliding scale of RM4 being able to be bumped up to RM8 needs to be addressed. Council to removing that mistake in the LMO that was written back, I believe in 2014 with that point. The other one refers back to the issue of, we have a policy in the land management ordinance of where affordable housing is allowed. By accepting what we just did, we are now allowing affordable housing anywhere outside of those areas that we identified and agreed to. So those are two important things. And lastly, there's a house on what was First Street that's, I believe, 13,000 square feet. 1,000 square feet on a, maybe it's not an RM8 lot. It's bigger than an RM8 lot, so maybe it's 7,000 lot. So all of those setbacks and buffers, et cetera, are implemented, still end up with the mess that we have. Forest Beach has not, has approved this, and so I'm going to go along with it, but it cuts short every other community on this island who has the exact same problem, who have been suffering for years. And some of those communities don't have ARBs, they don't have HOAs, they don't have POAs, they don't have overlays, they don't have any help. And we've neglected them, not because we didn't try. And this staff has done a remarkable job, and it was brought forward, and we have one step over the finish line to make all the communities on this island a better place to live, as the purpose and intent says we ought to be doing. And here we are, identifying one neighborhood and solving part of their problem because one council member brought it up for their particular ward. So none of that sounds good to me. I'll stop talking, but tonight I've been just disappointed on how many of our own rules and how much of our own work is not being followed. I find it disappointing, very, very disappointing.
Other comments, Mr. Brown?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And you know, the Public Planning Committee has been going through this, and I'll repeat again, I'm not a member of that, so just be patient with me. I got a couple of questions that I want to have answered. Can we go back to the district map? So what's highlighted and circled is what represents the overlay, is that correct?
Boundary, yes, and there's 7 subdivisions that make up the overlay.
As I look at this, the properties that are to my left that are outlined, and also the properties to my right that are outlined are all within the overlay. So I guess my question, I'm just trying to get a little history here. My question is, how did that get bifurcated? How do we get to a point of an overlay that looks like that?
How did it get created like that? This is the predominantly single-family area within North Forest and South Forest Beach.
So the areas that are not outlined are not single family, they're commercial in nature. So I guess my question now is, which one came first? Did the overlay come first or the development come first?
Well, it was largely developed before the overlay was put in place, yes?
Thank you. And does our current land management ordinance allow for overlay districts of this such to be incorporated?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. My answers are there.
Okay. Other comments from council? Seeing none, yes, Sean.
Just want to point out Councilman Alfred's great catch on that first whereas clause. The ordinance that was adopted in 2001 is 2001-17. So I want to go on the record with that change to the whereas recitals in the ordinance. If council wants to move that forward with that change.
Thank you for that. You want to amend your motion to include that? That's on the record, so thank you. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 7-0. Executive session, Mr. Orlando.
Yes, sir. Items 11A, B, and C as showing on our town council agenda.
Move that we go into executive session for the reasons cited by the town manager.
Do I have a second? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved. Thank you, Mr. Stanford. back into session. If I could have a motion to come out of executive session?
Move to come out of executive session.
All those in favor, raise your right hand. So moved. Mr. Ames, do we have any action?
Yes, we have one item. I'd like to make a motion that we authorize the town manager to extend a non-binding letter of intent to Project Cloud outlining the details of the potential economic development transaction, the terms of which will be subject to formal town council approval at a subsequent meeting.
Have a second. Crawford, thank you. Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any comment from council? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your right hand and signify you approve. So moved, 6-0. And with nothing else, we're adjourned.